Well, good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, so the inquiry is resumed. I'll just check for any housekeeping matters, so I'll go down the room. Mr. Garvey, anything from the council?
No, thank you, sir. No.
Mr. Phipps? No.
Nothing from the appellants or either.
Okay, right. Well, in that case, we'll move on in earnest in terms of planning matters today. Mr. Phipps, Professor Phipps, I said yesterday you had the chance to do an opening sort of coverage if you want. I mean, normally it's a case of being examined by a barrister, but I won't deprive you of that opportunity.
Thanks. I just wanted to address yourself and say that I'm not here as an expert. I'm here as a resident of the village rather than as a professional in planning. And we saw the expertise in the room yesterday, especially yesterday afternoon, where I did struggle to follow some of what was going on. My contribution isn't offered in that at all. I'm not a specialist by any account. I'm really here to say this is what it feels like to live in the village, and that is the spirit with which I presented the evidence and the statements from residents. My expertise, if anything, is in synthesising the views of the village to present to you, and I'm just trying to represent you, sir, as the inspector, how we feel as a village.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So that's it. Okay. So Mr. Colbert Bircher will ask any questions to you and take your time, and there's no rush, and if you need to ask for the question to be rephrased or repeated, then by all means.
Thanks.
Okay. Colbert Bircher.
Good morning, Professor Phipps. I think it's your first time giving evidence to planning environment.
It is.
And if a witness has relevant qualification and they set that out, and you have just expressly disavowed that, you don't have any relevant planning qualifications, do you?
I do not.
You don't have any relevant qualifications for transport or highways, do you?
I do not.
In terms of your current professional, you don't spend any time analysing planning policy, either local or national, do you?
Not planning policy, no.
And as you say, statement, if we take up, please, your proof of evidence. So I'm not going to give CD numbers for proofs of evidence.
Yeah, I've got paper, so I'm fine. Yeah.
What I will do, I say, when I go to the page number, I think there's a PDF number and all that.
Yeah.
So, Professor Phipps, sorry if I slip occasionally, but most of the since we cross-examine are only in this. Could you go, please, to page 4 of you? And that's entitled Section D, Policy Context and Settlement Strategy. You can see that?
I can.
Now, you've referred there to Policy LP2 and Warton State as a Category 4 settlement. Yes?
Yes.
Could you just leave out your proof for the moment? Could you take up, please, the statement of common ground that's been agreed between the appellant and the council? You'll find that at C8.11.1. Do you have the core documents in front of you?
I will have it in just one moment, if that's okay. But if you want to carry on. C docs.
No. The way this works is if you need to have a document in front of you, I'll give you time to find that document.
Okay.
So you've got it in front of you. We're both looking at the same paragraph.
Give me the reference number again, please.
Yes, C8.11.1. So if you've got a folder,
yeah,
it's C8 and C11.1.
I have that.
Could you go, please, within this document to page 16?
16.
That's using the digital.
Yes.
Paragraph 5.8. That says the parties, that's the appellants of the council, agree, given the council cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing, development plan policies involving the provision of housing are out of date. and therefore paragraph 11D of the NPPF is engaged, and the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies. Now, you've not referred in your proof of evidence or your opening to the fact that policy LP2 is agreed to be out of date, have you?
I have not.
You haven't referred at all to the council's housing land supply situation,
I have not.
and you haven't referred at all to the fact that presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged, have you?
I have not.
So if I understand your position on planning matters, you don't seek to add to Miss Collins' evidence on planning matters in respect of interpretation, waste policies.
That is beyond my expertise.
Absolutely. And you say I'm shortcutting here. With that concession in mind, I'm not going to cross-examine you on your views about LP2, bearing in mind that you don't have any greater expertise than Mr. Collinson, and you don't express any different views, Mr. Collinson, do you?
I do not.
There is one development plan point matter that I want to address. Could you take up, please, the neighbourhood plan?
Can I just grab it from my...
You can. The core document reference to that is CD 4.3.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
Could you guys please read that to hard copy 22, but that is also PDF 22.
I have the copy. Which
That
page?
hard copy 22, so it's top right corner of the page.
Oh,
under
yes, of course. Yes.
Now, earlier on this week, you referred to the neighbourhood plan boundary.
I did.
This page 22, paragraph 411, figure 4, is an insert from the local plan, isn't it?
It is. I understand that now.
Indeed, but this is the purpose of cross-examination at the stage, and hopefully in a convivial way, we can just clarify where we end up, having looked at the details. When you said neighbourhood plan set a boundary, that was wrong, wasn't it?
It was wrong now, given my understanding. I think the way the neighbourhood plan has been laid out and the way in which the neighbourhood plan was circulated to the village, voted on by the village, I think most of us as residents would have looked at that plan, seen the boundary and understood that to have been, that's the development boundary in the village. Under cross-examination and having now listened to what's been said, I will be paying a lot more attention to the next local plan that is sent out and drawing up our own plan for the neighbourhood plan in the next iteration.
Well, Professor Phipps, we're very heartened to hear that. I suspect you may be waiting some time, but we'll come on to that in due course. Now, were you on the steering group?
I was on the steering group for the first two meetings, but COVID required me to step back.
Understood. But you were aware that the neighbourhood plan was being produced, and you were aware that the neighbourhood plan does not allocate a single new house, does it? A single new home?
At the time, no. When we first got involved in the neighbourhood plan, it was literally trying to get people involved. Then I had to step back. So I wasn't aware of the actual fundamentals of what was happening within the neighbourhood plan at the time. I left way before we got into the detail.
Absolutely, but this neighbourhood plan went to referendum, didn't it? And before it went to referendum, did you look at the text and consider what it actually said?
I read the neighbourhood plan to the best of my ability, yes.
And we agreed on that this neighbourhood plan didn't allocate any single new house, did it? No new dwellings.
There is no allocation in the neighbourhood plan.
Moreover, the neighbourhood plan didn't try to identify what the parish's needs were and then allocate land, additional land to meet that.
I can't remember any conversations of that at all. The only conversations with regards to land that the neighbourhood plan discussed was mapping out the green spaces within the village.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, going back to your proof, please. Section F.
Yes.
I say it's commendably concise, it's very focused, but we've got character, landscape and separation. That has been addressed through the round table. I have your contributions on that, and the inspector has Mr. Bullock's response to that. I'm not going to go back over that. Equally, in respect of infrastructure and accessibility, we've had a very detailed roundtable yesterday.
Yes.
You've expressed your views. Mr. Parker, the appellant, has expressed his views.
Yes.
H refers to community speed watch, road safety and traffic risk. And again, we had a session yesterday in the round table, and Mr. Parker has expressed his view on that. Again, I'm not going to go back over that.
Yeah, I mean, we disagree, but yes.
We do. I'm saying this actually just to inform you why I'm not asking any more questions on it,
Okay.
because, and for the inspector's benefit as well, to make clear that we've had the evidence on that. No further questions on that topic. Now, section I, social and community effects, community statements. You say, this is page 5 of your brief, WRA has gathered resident statements describing a range of community impacts. Now, you say WRA there, the Residents Association. Do I understand that that's a reference to you personally?
Me and the people who help run the Residents Association.
Okay. All of the statements are based on a template.
They are.
That was presumably originally written in Word, is that right? And then
Yes.
sent out. Did you draw up that template?
I did.
Could you go please to, it's 23 in the, sorry, okay, so you working from a hard copy on your proof?
I am, yes.
It's not numbered,
okay.
the hard copy, but could you go please to appendix 4.2, which is the Rook appendix?
Yes.
So, as I understand the process, Mr. Rook was provided with this Word template.
Yep.
And question 3 asks Mr. Rook to record what you saw or experienced.
Yep.
And below that, in italics, there is a reference: specific times and dates are good here.
Yes.
That was your text, wasn't it?
It was.
Next section, 4, impact on you / the area brief. Please go to the bottom of that section. Italics.
Yes.
Talk about the impacts of feeling isolated, comma, new people not having time to integrate, comma, lack of services, antisocial behaviours, dash, anything that you feels, so I don't want to, it's not a typo one there, but you feel would get worse if we had more development.
I did.
To be clear, that word template told people to talk about the following: feeling isolated.
It told people to express what they felt. Yes.
It told them, let's be clear about this, it told them to talk about the impacts of feeling isolated.
Okay.
It told them to refer to new people not having time to integrate, didn't it?
It did.
It told them to talk about anything they felt would get worse, didn't it?
Yes.
Now, the inspector has 40 statements in front of him that you've included with your proof, correct? That's the total. 2 are from the Bases, 2 are from the Holdens. So effectively, we've got 12 individual households here, about 15 individuals overall, correct? There are no other statements submitted to the inquiry, are there?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, if you had any, you would have put them in, would you?
I would. There were some that didn't come through in a format that we could use. There were some that were unreadable in the machine when they were sent through, errors in PDFs, things like that.
Okay, but
But very few.
none of those have been referred to.
No.
Just sticking with the Rook statement, Mr. Rook, having been told to express the impacts on page, that second page, just above the italics, at last, the top of the paragraph, it says, we feel there will be an increase in antisocial behaviour as well. Now, in your proof of evidence, let's just go back at least to page 5. You introduce section I by saying, You gather resident statements, describe a range of community impacts, including limited integration opportunities, perceived increases in antisocial behaviour.
Yes.
In your own text, well, let's just be clear about this. That word perceived was deliberately chosen, wasn't it? You've used it several times and you used it in Googling.
I took advice on how to use the word perceived because I know that these are people's opinions. Now, in my own work, I can't actually state without fact in the same way as we spoke about the traffic accident yesterday. I use perceived because that seemed like good practice to do because I was using people's opinions.
Well, it's good practice, and that's very fairly conceded on, if I may say so. In your own text, you have not yourself personally documented any instance that you have seen antisocial behaviour, have you?
Not from residents, no. I live on the edge of the village. So no, I cannot say that I have experienced antisocial behaviour.
No. And you were very clear in opening that you have not presented any criminological findings.
We have no access to that data now.
You appreciate that you need to be very careful before saying that any specific individual has committed a crime.
Yes.
And it is not your case that specific residents who move to this development are going to commit crimes.
It is not. In fact, I would say that some of the new builds and some of the people that have moved to the village are actively contributing in a very positive way.
Indeed. So you have no evidence at all, this inquiry, that the crime rate in Warton will rise as a result of this development.
I have none at all that it will rise.
Well,
none at all that it will rise. I agree. I can see the point.
Yeah, not as a result of this development. Should we go back, please? Just convenient. Can we go back, please, to the Rook statement 4.2? Just
yes.
A word that's used there. 5 lines down.
Yes.
As the village gets more diluted, the people's willingness to integrate also gets diluted. That a range of words have been used. Others have used them. I'll just finish the question and you can answer. A range of words have been used. Others have used the term swamped, for example. I haven't seen you use those words, diluted or swamped. But what Mr. Rook is drawing a distinction between is existing residents and future residents, isn't he? And that word diluted.
I think he is.
He's saying that newcomers are not the same as existing residents, isn't he?
He could be saying that, yes.
Now, it's interesting that because you yourself moved to Warton in 2016, didn't you?
I did.
I take it you bought your current home, not private circumstances, but you bought your current home, didn't you?
I did.
And early on, you met the neighbours.
Yes.
You visited the shop, the post office.
Yes.
And you walked there. You began to take walks around the village.
Mm-hmm.
Did you join the Warton Residents Association, or was it set up after?
There's been lots of initiatives around the Residents Association, but effectively, the Warton Residents Association is a 2-year-old thing that we helped set up.
Indeed, because I've seen the minutes from earlier this year, and you're described as the chair of the association.
I am the chair.
Yes. You are currently the chair. Now, in addition to WRA, there are a number of other societies, aren't there?
There are.
If I go to the website, we've had a discussion here today. There's the Warton Club, which is a social club. Yes. There is the Warton Churchyard Maintenance Group.
Yes.
Community Speed Watch, Neighbourhood Watch. We've also heard about the Warton Carnival, haven't we?
Yes.
The Carnival is an annual event, happens every June. Is that correct?
It's more than annual. There's, as well as the annual event, we also have events at Christmas and other times of the year as well.
Yes, I did go on the website and I saw that Sounds of Sleigh is coming on the 16th of December.
That is, that's. I don't think that's organised by the Carnival. I believe that's organised by the Round Table, which is outside of Warton.
The Round Table.
We don't have a Round Table in Warton.
The point is that the Carnival has a website which focuses on the annual events, but there are additional activities which take place, partly coordinated by the Carnival Committee. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So the Carnival is very much a going concern.
Yes. very welcome to visit.
No, I look forward to it, but it's a little bit cold this time of year, and obviously I'll have to see how to stay somewhere else on my travels. So that is before one considers, of course, the other activities and services. We've got primary school, the nursery, again, those are fair concerns. Were you following the housing land supply session yesterday?
I was trying to follow the housing land supply session. As I made clear to the inspector, I hope to get a plain English version of it.
Now, well, you'll understand that although we talk about numbers, sometimes one can just look at numbers. In reality, what that picture shows, what the data shows, is there are a great many people who want to acquire a house or dwelling somewhere in North Warwickshire. That is housing need, isn't it? There is a population in North Warwickshire and they wish to acquire a home.
I'm not sure I actually got that from the session. So what you're saying, I would have to take as read. My understanding is that the council needs to provide a supply of housing. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't necessarily say that people want to acquire a house in Warton.
Indeed. Well, I made the mistake about trying to put that in plain English to too far a degree. Could you take up, please, the written ministerial C 5.6? And this is the written ministerial statement from the housing minister. So I should say it's the Minister of State for Housing and Planning, Matthew Pennicoat. Yes, so we only have CD 5.6 first page. The minister, they're saying this government has inherited an acute and entrenched housing crisis.
Yes.
And you will have seen that. And obviously the government's agenda is very much to boost the levels of housing across the country. Because we simply don't have enough houses to meet need.
Yes.
That's the national picture. The local picture, the detail in North Warwickshire.
Yes.
We were discussing yesterday. Okay. And I appreciate you don't have an expertise, but let me just put it this way. There are a great number of people in North Warwickshire, this locality, who wish to acquire a house. And indeed, in government terms, they need a house. Someone who chooses to buy a house in Warton, they're going to visit Warton first, aren't they?
They are.
They will have expressly chosen therefore to acquire that house in Warton. And they're going to come to the village, they're going to see the shop and the post office, aren't they?
Yeah, they will, yes.
They'll see the primary school, the park.
Yes.
They may go on the website and see the number of societies. Now, it's been said by some that more housing in this village makes it harder to organise activities. But let me just look at it another way. This development is going to bring approximately, Mr. Collins' figures, 264 new residents, isn't it? You see that?
Yes.
Those residents are going to, we have a dispute about walkability. I understand that. We dealt with that in the roundtable session yesterday. But let's assume for our purposes that they will into the centre. They're going to walk past the church on the way to the shop, aren't they?
Yes.
They're going to walk past the pub, city pub. They're going to, if they've got primary school age children, they're going to walk past the primary school and the shops and obviously on the way to primary school. And at least some of those people are going to see perhaps an advertisement for the church maintenance group, aren't they?
Quite possible.
And they may well take an interest in participating in maintaining the church and its grounds.
Yes.
A portion of those people will want to participate in the carnival as well, won't they?
Of course.
The fundamental point is that any community needs a steady supply of people coming in to run the events, participate in them, attend them. That's just how communities work, isn't it?
It is.
There's every possibility that a resident who joins this community, acquires one of these houses, will wish to take on roles as part of those community events, just like you yourself have done.
It's quite possible. I certainly would welcome them taking on the part of an inquiry.
Mr. Phillips, thank you very much for answering my questions. I've got no further questions.
Can I respond to the final point?
You can. I mean, normally in a situation, you would have your own legal representative who would then have a chance to, quote, re-examine you. So I don't see why you shouldn't be deprived of that opportunity to make a sort of closing, as it were.
But certainly, it's not that I certainly feel very welcomed into Warton as a new resident. A new resident for 10 years, but I still think of myself as being new. You'll see in the gallery we have a lot of yellow sweatshirts today. That is Warton Speedwatch. And I think more than half of Warton Speedwatch is made up of people who've recently moved to the village and want to make it a better place. It's not that we don't welcome new people to the village. It's that we feel the scale at which Warton is growing is the problem, and the proportion. It's not organic, it's bolt on, and we seem to be accelerating the growth beyond the sort of natural growth. I'd also say that I hope that people will want to move to Warton. We have 2 new housing developments. One is directly opposite my house. It's been there. It's been in building now for over 3.5 years. It's the only antisocial behaviour that I could actually refer to. Half of those houses, even though they're ready, are still unoccupied, and we are desperate for those houses to be filled. So I'm not seeing people desperately moving into the village at the moment either. Of course, that could be economics or something else. For me, it's just about scale and proportionality to what we've gone through.
Thank you very much. Okay, right. So we'll move on to council. We've only been going half an hour, so I'm slightly loath to.
Could we have five minutes?
Yeah, we'll be shuffling papers and chairs. So let's say 5 minutes.
Where do you want my witness to be, sir?
Would you like us to move?
No.
I mean,
I think
perhaps you can sit there. Or
I think directly facing me is the best bet.
does that work for the account?
It does, yeah. I'll just pivot around. It won't be a problem.
I'm just wondering if upper or lower tier would be better to use a theatre. Is it circular?
We usually upper, so at the same level, but
Okay.
It's possible. Where are you most comfortable?
with the 3 seats at the top.
Okay.
Well, I want to stand away with that.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go with that, Mr. Colson. So we'll adjourn just 5 minutes for a comfortable break and changing of seats. Thank you.
It's not there. When I that's what it is.
So you'll have to tell them just.
Yeah, oh, well, okay, thank you. Okay, so, we're resuming now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Garvey, your witness.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Collinson, just to introduce you to the inquiry formally, you are the head of development control. You're responsible for dealing with planning applications, planning enforcement, local land charges, and building control, and you've been doing that role since October 2025.
That's correct, yes.
You set out your qualifications and experience at your pages 5 and 6 of your proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Mr. Collinson, can I ask you to jump to page 28 of your proof, please?
Yes.
So at 28, you deal with the effect on the settlement hierarchy of the council. Do you want to run the inspector through that issue as you see it, please?
Yes, thank you. When we're assessing an application, we need to consider the settlement hierarchy. It's the local plans obviously been adopted 2021. That's within the last 5 years, but that defines the LP2 of that defines the settlement hierarchy. And as part of that, it steers most of the development towards the main towns, which is Atherstone, Coleshill, Polesworth with Dordon. And then there's a cascade approach after that, following that to the next category, which is within that, which is adjacent to existing urban areas. We have boundaries with Tamworth, with Nuneaton, and Birmingham as well. So that is the next element of the cascade. Then it goes towards local centres, category 4 settlements such as Warton, Ostry, etc. And then category 5 developments which are outside of those and do not have a settlement boundary, where they're smaller hamlets, etc. And villages that don't have adequate services to potentially provide for sustainable development. So Warton's identified within that LP2 as a category 4 settlement, and LP2 indicates that all development will be considered on its merits, having regard to other policies in the plan. It will cater for windfall housing developments, of which this would be one. Though it does say usually sites of no more than 10 units at one time, with the test of viability services and infrastructure deliverability as an element of that.
Just on that specific point, the appellant makes the argument, well, usually doesn't indicate a cap on development. To what extent, if at all, do you regard 110 units as being consistent with the policy requirement of usually no more than 10 units?
I've indicated in my proof about the scale and form of the development, the size and magnitude of it, reflecting on that 10 units, obviously the inspector through the examination of the local plan required that to allow for potentially more. I wouldn't say the magnitude that is within the appeal site. So, I mean, the reason for that limitation was to ensure that the small communities are not swamped by new development and could grow sort of naturally, organically, to be sustainable. The policy states that windfall is usually on no more. Therefore, it does allow an exception, but it depends. I would say, from experience, that it does depend on the magnitude that's proposed there. Indeed, if you look in terms of the local plan and the allocations in the local plan, that had more than 10 units on there. But that was to allow, obviously that was undertaken by evidence of the local plan to look at the services and the facilities and also and the sustainability of it as well, underpinned by that sustainability appraisal. In terms of whether there's an argument in terms of whether it can continue to grow, and this is just like an allocation. It's an unplanned allocation. That there are other concerns in terms of cohesion, etc. That the allocations, as we'll probably see from the site visit, are plan led with facilities adjacent, contiguous, with built form, with links through, and I'd say the infrastructure at this time is just finding its feet to ensure whether the facilities are adequate for those. It's almost like it's catching up with the development which is only just being and being completed.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add on the issue of the settlement hierarchy? No is an acceptable answer. Making sure.
I think the weight attached to the weight you attach to that policy, because obviously we don't have a 5-year supply, so the local plan is out of date from that perspective. But I think you need to look at whether there's any conflict with the National Planning Policy Framework or the guidance, the National Planning Policy guidance as well. And I'd point towards the paragraph 11 of the framework.
So let's get up paragraph 11.
So point D is where we're looking at where there's determining applications that are out of date. And D2 indicates there, so you're determining applications and granting unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessing the policies in the framework as a whole, but then having regard to key policies directing development to sustainable locations, making effective use of land, securing well-designed places, providing affordable homes as well. And that says whether those are individually or in combination of those factors there. In terms of the there's obviously other policies that within the plan that it refers to for that. But in terms of rural housing and the need and nature of rural housing, that needs to be, I think, reflected in a spatial strategy. Obviously, the settlements there's a wide range of settlements that we have, but in nature we are a rural borough with 3 main settlements. Certainly delivering sustainable development in rural areas is something that's echoed by government, but it needs to be supported by robust evidence of the facilities that are there and the services that are there. I think that's certainly what the framework hinges on, and I think that is the point here, and the thrust of our concerns, that the settlement and the framework isn't sustainable from a facilities and a services perspective.
Just on that point, you've obviously drawn attention to paragraph 11D, Roman numeral 2, which talks about directing development to sustainable locations, and there's footnote 9.
Yeah.
And footnote 9 of the framework, you can see, refers to paragraph 110.
Yeah.
And we obviously talked about paragraph 110 of the framework, but that's the paragraph which talks about a genuine choice of transport modes. Obviously, we dealt with that issue yesterday, but
My proof considers that
please.
Paragraph 3.5 at the end there, it says about it. It looks at whether there is conflict with the framework as a whole. It talks about the fundamental consideration of LP2 and proportionality and scale test, and says about the weight that should be attached to LP2 in terms of that settlement hierarchy. It reflects the requirements of 11D, 110, 115, 129, 135, 139 of the framework.
Thank you. One of the points that the appellant will obviously make is that, well, given the absence of a 5-year housing land supply, the council need housing, and that it supports this development proposal. One of the issues the inspector has to grapple with is how much this proposal will contribute towards the 5-year housing land supply. Are you able to help the inspector at all to give an indication on that point? I mean, if this permission were granted and this became part of the council supply, do you know how much this would contribute to the council supply?
So, listening to the session yesterday, it was interesting. In terms of 110 dwellings, I would say it's when there was a discussion about windfall. I mean, this would be a windfall site. There was discussion about the 60 units per annum in years 4 and 5. This would be windfall. There are potentially other, well, in terms of this site, it doesn't provide a strategic solution to the 5-year supply. It's a small element, probably about 0.1 of a year, in terms of the impact on that 5-year supply. Obviously, there's bits of the framework that fall away, but certainly from a impact on the 5-year supply, in my professional opinion, this would not lead to a huge impact on that 5-year supply.
Thank you. One of the issues you've raised is social cohesion. What do you want to say about that?
I think it was when we were sort of including about integration of the site and how well it was integrated. into the existing settlement. I obviously made the point about functionality of linkages and the cohesion that way, and the social cohesion. The concern of the Borough Council is that certainly it's seems to be divorced from the settlement in terms of linkages, in terms of pedestrian footways, in terms of the indicative, not indicative layout, sorry, the parameters plan that's proposed. Social housing is important, and you try and put yourself in someone's position that would be in a social housing property, and try to put your mind to how and what how would they be, how would they live their lives. May well find things difficult in terms of finances, in terms of car, in terms of mobility to services, etc. The concern here is the impact of those 44 affordable dwellings, and really whether feasibly they would be part of the village, and part of a village where it lacks critical services for, certainly for living. Yes, you can get your bread and milk, but actually going to shops for weekly shops, etc., or taking children places that they need to go. I just have huge concerns from that cohesion perspective, both functionally as the parameter plan sort of indicates, but by position of the village, and then locationally, more strategically, locationally from that perspective, in terms of the size and the scale of the facilities elsewhere, and whether they could be, whether this is actually in the right place as a settlement, and that's the concern in terms of cohesion.
And in that respect, this is obviously a decision, an appeal against a non-determination, but the council did give putative reasons for refusal, which were informed by an office report from members. Did you feed into that office report?
Yes, I did, yes.
So obviously the reasons why the council gave the decision that had they been the determining body, they would have refused planning permission. Have you seen any reason to vary or change your opinion on those reasons for refusal?
I haven't. I've obviously seen there is a need for affordable housing, but I think it needs to be in the right place, and developed in a manner that provides a sustainable extension to a settlement that has the facilities to accommodate that.
Thank you. Let's talk about planning balance. So you deal with your planning balance at page 58 of your proof of evidence, please. So you go through there your benefits of the scheme, and I think actually happily there's not a huge amount of dispute between yourself and Mr. Cox on the benefits of the proposal. So in terms of the delivery of market homes, you afford that significant weight. and I believe Mr. Cox affords that significant weight. That's his 16.13. So unless there's anything else you'd like to add, I mean, I think there's a matter of common ground. Is there anything you'd like to add to that point?
Not that I've already raised in terms of the housing supply element of that and what impact it would have on that 5-year supply, but certainly in terms of the weight it's attributed to that in terms of provision of housing, significant weight.
Similarly, affordable housing, Mr. Cox, it says 16.16 of his brief. He affords that significant weight. You similarly afford the provision of affordable housing significant weight. So I think there's common ground there, but anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I understand there's been an under provision of affordable housing. This isn't just within North Warwickshire, it's across nationally. It is a benefit. What we are finding on the ground, and I'm sure you'll find it at other appeals, is that sites of this size and with 44 affordable dwellings, I don't think we're going to get an RSL involved. I really don't.
Why do you say that?
The RSLs aren't getting the money from government, the grant funding from government to actually provide these. They're a business at the end of the day, and they aren't able to, unfortunately, bid for these sites in a. So the approach, I'm sure you're aware, sir, of sort of getting or acquiring affordable housing. First of all, you try to go to a registered social landlord, the provider of those, such in this area, Housing 21, Citizen, Bromford, even the Borough Council has provided affordable houses provided affordable houses in and around the borough as well. But we're finding sites such as this, they won't bid for them. There isn't the money that they have. They go for the much bigger sites that are easier to manage, from that perspective. So the cascade within the Section 106 would be, first of all, to look for those. If not, then there is potential of other affordable housing, and usually it comes down to discounted market housing, which is sold through the developer at discounted market housing rate, so 30% of the actual the cost of the houses. That isn't the same. That doesn't provide for rented. That provides for purchased properties. It's not always there's obviously two sides and lots of different types of affordable housing that meet the requirements. But I think, unfortunately, we're finding it's going down this route, and that only caters for a certain number, a certain type of property. But this is across the country, I would say, and it's not just North Warwickshire where it happens. Hence, we as a council have looked at trying to look at developing garage sites, etc. Yeah, so, but actually numerically again, does the 44 affordable dwellings, does it have a significant impact on that under provision? Probably not. No. Well, no, it wouldn't. But I think this is endemic through building. That unfortunately the affordable houses aren't coming through in that way, and it's across the country. But I give it significant weight.
Yeah. economic benefits, I think there is a difference of opinion between yourself and Mr. Cox there. He affords that moderate weight, you afford that limited weight. Anything you'd like to say on economic benefits?
Just in terms of the impact, we've got a development here of 110 dwellings. It's going to have a shorter impact. I mean, this would be similar wherever it occurred throughout the borough. I think we're saying here it's not in the right place. But certainly I'd attribute limited weight to that. It's a relatively small scheme, and actually the impact is going to be quite short term. That's why I come to a difference of opinion there in terms of the weight that I would give it.
Thank you. Biodiversity net gain, I think there's common ground there. Both yourself and Mr. Cox give that limited weight. Anything you'd like to add on that point? You can say no.
Yeah, not really. I think it's common to us that yes, sites need to provide biodiversity net gain, and this does within the parameters plan there is that provision.
Thank you. In terms of highway improvements, you afford that negligible weight. So this comes down to the point that my own friend was making yesterday, which is there's the improvements obviously on Church Road from the appeal site. There's also the improvements from the site through to Posworth. And my own friend made the point yesterday, which is, well, they're mitigation, but as well as being mitigation, they can be used by residents, not just from the appeal site, but also residents of Warton itself. And therefore, they're a benefit of the scheme. You have acknowledged that point, which is correct. And you've afforded that negligible weight in your plan balance. Mr. Cox, I think, affords that moderate weight. That's his 16.17 of his proof. Why do you say negligible weight as opposed to Mr. Cox's moderate weight?
I think we need to look at the highway improvements and what's the reason for them. We're trying to make the settlement more sustainable, more permeable, etc. And actually the highway improvements proposed don't go as far as necessary. If you look at the county council's response to the application, they included Red Mile Way as a discussion point, well, a requirement of their. I don't know whether you have that response, but
Is that the core document that you're referring to there?
I think it's not a core document. It was one that would have been forwarded through with all of the questionnaire. It's unfortunate the consultations aren't a core document. I can't give reference to.
Well, I'm happy for it to be.
It's been submitted already. We don't have a reference for it.
So that's not right. It's CD 10.8.
Apologies.
Right, so that's 26 September 25.
Apologies. What was it? 10.
10.8. I mean,
Thank you.
I don't know whether Mr. Collins wants to just check whether he has the electronic version. So I'll be a bit nervous if his core documents list is not up to date. You've got to come back to this.
So this is 26th of September this year.
So you have it as CD 10.8, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the same that I have. So it indicates there about a number of technical amendments between highway authorities and transport consultants. And it says about pedestrian and cycle access to.
So wait.
Sorry, this is first page.
Yeah.
And under access, active travel.
Yeah.
Point 3 there, it says.
Pedestrian cycle access to Red Mile Way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It obviously indicates vehicle access is off Church Road, pedestrian cycle access. Well, pedestrian, we've seen pedestrian access to Warton Recreation Ground. It didn't go further than the point of the site, and then pedestrian access to Warton Road, that's the point that comes off Church Road at the pinnacle of the triangle. So what I was trying to indicate is, from a highway improvement point of view, when you're looking at, first of all, we need to look at Warton and improvements there to improve the accessibility around the village. Is it providing all that's necessary? Is it sort of that vision-led approach to actually what's best for the residents? We heard yesterday about the link between the site itself and Polesworth, and indicating that it's not the intention that would improve the people, sort of leading to sort of more people walking to Polesworth. It'll provide a better environment. It may provide, I think, distance there is the concern. And yes, it is a benefit, but is it actually going to lead to a significant benefit of the scheme itself? And I'm talking the scheme of 110 dwellings. Is it really going to make that more acceptable in planning terms, to provide more weight to it? And I would say no. In terms of the bus services, it provides an additional service later on in the evening, Monday to Saturday. It doesn't change the frequency of the existing services. And yes, it provides an extension to Ventura, but I think we've heard again yesterday about, is that that's for retail? I think there is an indication, is that employment? Well, yes, if people are working in the shops, but again, I can't agree that it would lead to more weight than I've indicated there. I really can't. I mean, the service provision of those buses is poor, and I think most people, and it's quite clear that most people would use their car if they're going to do a shop or other things that unfortunately aren't through public transport.
Thank you.
Could I have some more water, please? Sorry. Yeah.
Do you need a moment, Mr. Thompson? Or
Just got need to wet my whistle.
yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Mr. Collins, I'm just looking at paragraph 7.7 of your proof.
Yes.
So I think we've gone through all of those benefits of the scheme. And you say at 7.8 that the cumulative weight of these benefits is moderate in scale. Anything you'd like to add on benefits before we move on?
Now, I'd say the cumulative weight, we're looking at the number of houses proposed here, and adding those together, I'd say it's yes, there are significant elements: delivery of housing, on-site affordable housing, limited weight of economic benefits, and the negligible weight of highway improvements, and limited weight of biodiversity net gain. But overall, cumulatively, I would give those moderate in terms of the scale. If I'm trying to pull like that together, I need to do this before sort of assessing the tilted balance that we need to consider as well.
Thank you. And then at 7.9, you go on to assess sort of the harms of the proposal are. Your fourth one, being the reverse order, you give limited weight to BMV, which I think is common ground between you and Mr. Cox. If both parties give that limited weight.
However, I would say it's a permanent loss of that land. I think we need to sort of consider that. I know the what wasn't discussed was the weight that you attribute to it, because obviously Mr. Kernan wasn't able to do that as a planning witness, but certainly from my point of view as a planning witness, I'd give that limited weight in the overall planning balance. And the basis of it is that permanent loss of that land.
You recall there was a debate about is there any policy conflict associated with the loss of BMV? The appellant's position is there's no conflict with LP1, there's no conflict with LP16, and there's no conflict with paragraph 187 of the framework. You say that there is conflict with those relevant policies. Irrespective of whether there's conflict with policy or not, do you say that increases or diminishes the weight that you've attached to that planning harm?
I wouldn't say it would do. There is the framework here that we have to look at, and the strands of what is sustainable development, and certainly land is a finite resource, and agricultural land and food security is an issue. And yes, they do pull like a lot of the policies within the framework called different ways, and there are tensions between them. But I certainly think there'd be limited weight to that, and actually as an environmental asset, its loss would be something that you'd attach limited weight to. And the appeal decisions that I've seen would conclude that as well, that we do need to look at it from this perspective of this site as well within that.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to go.
No, that's it. Yeah.
I'm taking them in reverse order. The furthest you deal with is social cohesion and integration of the development into the village, and you cite a number of development plan policies, and you say that the weight due to the lack of effective integration of affordable housing into the Warton. Anything else you'd like to add on to that? We've obviously discussed social cohesion already, but
yeah, and I think we've already discussed the integration of it during the discussion, both in terms of landscape, visual, and morphology. So we've discussed it from that perspective, as well as the accessibility issues, and there is conflict there that runs through all of those discussions that we've had. I know we have a difference of opinion on that, but certainly from what I've heard and said, I still believe that is the case, that it doesn't adequately provide a development that would integrate successfully with the village, and that would be at the loss of the village and loss of what should be good development and sustainable development.
just on that point, the affordable houses, I'll lead on this point, but at reserve matters, presumably the affordable housing could be any part of the site.
It could be.
And it could be, it could be at one solid location, a part of the build site, or it could be peppered across, indistinguishable in terms of the construction houses from the market houses. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes. And when you look at the site as a whole, I think generally there's that concern about parts of the site overall and its cohesion. so it's not just in one area. Obviously, pepper potting the affordable housing around the whole of the site sometimes is better, so it's indistinguishable from the market properties. But as I've sort of indicated through this evidence, that I think they would be likely to be pepper potted rather than concentrated in one area.
I mean, the appellant might say, well, if the affordable housing is pepper potted across the appeals side, then they are integrated within the market housing that the appeals proposal presents. Does that in any way affect your argument on such a occasion?
I don't think it does. I think we have to think in terms of its cohesion overall for market and affordable housing. The reason that I provide sort of the inference and weight to affordable housing is the type of tenure and of those units, what they potentially could be, more susceptible residents to lack of facilities and lack of infrastructure, etc. Hence the concern.
Thank you. So this aspect of social cohesion, does that apply just to the affordable housing, or does it apply to the market housing, or can you have or otherwise?
It provides it to all of the housing within the scheme.
And on that aspect of social cohesion, you obviously heard that in opening submissions, I made the observation that the Warton had 517 dwellings in 2016. And since then, there's been an additional 310 dwellings. I don't know that those figures have been disputed. To what extent, if at all, does the increase? There's also the point that if the appeal proposal was allowed, that would represent an 83% increase in Warton since 2016. To what extent, if at all, does that have any bearing on social cohesion?
This is another sort of 200 potentially 264 residents. I'd use the ONS data to sort of to use that in terms of increased numbers. It's just going to further add to the impact. The scale of the development here is such that it will certainly, I'd say, tip things over the balance. So you don't, certainly the way that the local plan looked at it, it provided a certain number and provided a point at that moment in time, but cohesion of those developments is I would say better in terms of position, etc. The problem here is position, location, and numbers on what is already been approved within Warton as a settlement, and that would just compound the issue of cohesion.
Thank you. Unless there's anything else you want to say about social cohesion, I'll move on to the issue of landscape and settlement morphology. You afford that significant weight in your planning proof. Obviously, we've had a whole roundtable session on that, and I'm keen that we don't trespass on those issues because we've dealt with them. You afford it significant weight. Is there anything you'd like to add on that particular issue? Again, I'm keen that we don't go back on sort of giving that landscape and visual evidence.
We'll see this from the site visit. The inspector will, on walking around the settlement, will come to a view on this in terms of weight and height to it. but there, we in there I talk about the landscape harm, the visual harm, the harm to the settlement morphology as one, and afford that significant weight.
Thank you. And then finally, you give significant weight to the conflict with the development plan in terms of settlement hierarchy and sustainability. Anything else you'd like to add on that point?
Not that I've already raised in terms of conformity, whether it conforms to or conflicts with the NPPF. I believe the policies there should be given due weight, and those the policies there are in conformity with the NPPF. This is a well-tested policy that's had robust interrogation through the examiner at the public inquiry. I've provided evidence on that within my proof. This is a strategic policy, the settlement hierarchy. It's fundamental in terms of the how sustainable development should be approached through the borough, and therefore it should be given significant weight along with the policy outline that we 2 and 30 together.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add overall to the inspector?
I don't know, did you want to think about the future?
Sure.
Yeah. So how we left things yesterday about the future to remedy the lack of 5-year supply is obviously an issue. As already indicated, the local plan was adopted less than 5 years ago. We have seen that. Certainly there are elements which mean that we need to review that in terms of sites not coming forward. So how would we deal with that? How would we deal with the sort of remedy of the lack of 5-year supply? Well, first point is review the local plan, which is what we're doing. We're going out to issues and options. We're in consultation at the moment. There will be, obviously with issues and options, everything is on the table in terms of options about where employment, housing, open space, retail, etc. can go. So the issues and options considers the existing policies in the plan and whether we should continue that way, whether we should consider different approaches, settlements, etc. as other authorities have done, new settlements. We're grappling with that. We've done that through the last local plan. We're not going to hide away from this issue. The second point is that the local development scheme is important. It's got a critical path here in terms of a robust timeline for the adoption of this. We do need to take into account the changing policy about plan making and when submissions should be made. The issues and options is just the starting point of that. The plan needs to be submitted before December 2026. The timeline in the local development scheme indicates that the submission will be to the inspectorate will be August, September of next year. In terms of thirdly, how we're sort of assessing it and trying to remedy it. Call for sites. We had a call for sites. There's that issues and options. But that's opened. We've not closed that door. So that call for sites would then come into potential sites that could be more sustainable than this site as we sort of move forward. So there's that element. That's the third point.
Just consider that for a moment. Obviously, the emerging plan is some way off, and I'll lead on this. It's not your case that this scheme should be refused because of an emerging plan horizon.
Not in terms of
Yeah, there's no prematurity
no
argument,
prematurity.
and there's obviously we're not affording the emerging plan any.
No, that's included all in the statement of common ground.
Yeah.
And I don't afford any weight to it in my proof at all.
Yeah.
I think the question was asked yesterday about remedies, so I want to give the inspector the best view.
Well, let's just think about that for a moment. Let's assume that the inspector agrees with Inspector Smith, who determined the Keller Close appeal, and finds that Warton doesn't have sort of facilities to support day-to-day living for residents of this appeal scheme. Let's just assume that that's a conclusion which is consistent among those inspectors. The appellant might say, well, even if Warton doesn't have the facilities for residents, you've got such a big issue with housing. You need more housing, and even if this is a 1 year contribution to your housing supply, you still everything helps. To what extent, if at all, do you say that putting housing in these sort of second category 4 villages is the solution to Kansas housing issues?
I don't think it's the solution. I think it's something more fundamental than that in terms of the size and scale. That's next to within category 1 development. We heard yesterday about the schemes that's coming forward there. Well, that's been submitted for Whittington Lane. That's 1,400 dwellings. The Roby's Lane scheme outlines being granted, and the reserve matters are coming through there. We need to ensure the delivery of H4, which is going to be my next point about the sort of delivery of the current applications and ones. Because actually, Holly Lane that we've got and the approval of reserve matters, so we need to deliver those current applications. With Holly Lane approval of reserve matters, the delivery of H2 at Whittington Lane, ensuring the delivery of H4. So we still continue with the local plan, because you can't just stop and say nothing happened. Right, close doors. We're not saying that. We're not saying we're closing the doors, because that isn't a way to approach it. We have applications in at the moment. So we've got the way the local plan works. It allowed for a gateway opening of reserve sites. So I don't know whether I can take you to page 80 of the local plan.
Please, as coming out on 4.1. Is that digital page 78?
Additional reserve land.
Yeah, okay, let's give everyone a minute.
Page 80 on my paper copy.
Yeah, digital page 78, just give everyone a moment to get there.
4.1.
4.1, digital page 78. Please.
Yeah, sorry, I was just checking everyone. That's right. So the sites within that for reserve housing sites. So it says within the policy. So if the supply falls lower than 5.5 years, these sites should come forward. And within these, we have applications at the moment. So we've got We've got a planning application for Dairy House Farm, which is in RH1. It's not 360 dwellings, but it's part of it for 70 dwellings. This is next to the A5. So if you think about the concerns with H4 and the delivery of H4 because of the pull of funding from Highways England, it could be said that can't come forward just because of that funding. But what we found, and certainly what I found on employment sites along this corridor, with its Myra, which is an adopted employment site close to Nuneaton, or in fact this site, National Highways don't have any objections to the scheme. There's not a fundamental objection from a highway infrastructure perspective here that would stop or prejudice these sites from coming forward. I would say the same is for H4, where the scale there is much bigger. Certainly our discussions with H4 landowners, with Highways England and the County Council are about achieving this allocation through discussions with them. The other site I mentioned in terms of employment was at the junction of junction 10 of the M42, which is on the boundary of Tamworth, M42A5. And again there, it had both Staffordshire highways, Warwickshire County highways, national highways within that. That went to appeal, and there were no highway objections to that scheme, because actually it could be mitigated through improvements. It was more to do with the strategic gap that was dismissed. But certainly from a highway perspective, there isn't a fundamental objection, I would say, to bringing these sites forward. So the delivery of the current applications that we've got would come forward in that element. We've got RH, I'm still sorry, on your page 78, my page 80. RH2, Ansley Common, the site there. And we have applications on those reserve sites, which is going through the development management process. What has been holding them up is highways again. There was a junction, Plough Hill Road, Coles Hill Road, which requires a roundabout, and Warwickshire County Highways have come up with a scheme to resolve those issues, and also resolve an issue with bringing Mays Way forward, which was a site mentioned yesterday, which is in close proximity to it, and that's part of the larger allocation. So we have, I don't think I've mentioned housing and employment land availability assessment as a remedy. But obviously this is like the strategic housing land availability assessment, and this has been undertaken to ensure that sites coming forward are deliverable, achievable and realistic, and there'll be a sieving process of sort of red, amber, green in terms of those sites, and that will then segue into the local plan as it emerges later on in the spring. So as I've mentioned, delivery of current applications, issues and options, the calls for sites, the housing and employment land availability assessment, or HELLO as people say as an acronym, the local development scheme. We're still also receiving applications and pre-applications in and around adjacent local service centres, category 3 developments. So we've got as well around Grendon, it's Grendon Badsley, if we is the right terminology in terms of the settlement hierarchy. Sorry, Badsley with Grendon, says it that way rather than the other way. But there's a development there which is Spring Cottage Farm for up to 200 dwellings. We have again a development at Kingsbury.
So I'm sorry to do at this point. There's a whole list of sites being read out. None of this is documented. Now I appreciate I can cross-examine on this, but there's a fundamental point here, which is the witness is reeling off the series of things that happened without any evidence at all behind it. So this isn't an attempt to somehow pull back from the housing and land supply session yesterday. We specifically looked at what was livable supply is. And I have something to express some real concern about an officer just coming along and reading a list like this. I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but you can see the risk.
I think, could you be a bit more succinct and round off the point?
I'm nearly finished.
Yeah.
I've just got this last one to consider, which is Kingsbury, and that is up to 293 dwellings, albeit it is within Greenbelt, and therefore will have to meet the new tests of firstly considering whether it is grey belt, and then the golden rules within that as well, which do consider appropriateness and sustainability within there. So it would be and that impacts sustainability and certainly highway sustainability of 110.
Yeah, and just that list of sites, I mean, to help the appellants. No, I'll lead on this point, but no suggestion from you any of those sites are deliverable sites, i.e. they're not in the council's current fire supply, nor should they be considered as such.
Only the ones that I think we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
I think there was a discussion on Mays Way, wasn't there? And there was a discussion on Whittington Lane, of those. And there was obviously discussion, I've discussed the allocation ones, and the reserve sites. The reserve sites weren't, I believe, part of that discussion yesterday.
I mean, where this goes to, though, is that ultimately the council have a serious housing problem, and there's going to need to be a solution to this. And the appellant's suggestion through this appeal proposal is that, well, 110 units a settlement such as Warton contributes to that solution. If the inspector concludes that a settlement such as Warton doesn't have sort of the service and facilities and employment to accommodate this quantum growth, if the inspector, and obviously we've had that discussion, we've seen what Inspector Smith said in the Keller's Close appeal decision. But if that's what the inspector concludes, to what extent, if at all, does that suggest that an appeal proposal such as this is contributing to a solution to council's housing supply issues?
It suggests it's not in the right place from a sustainability perspective. Yes.
Thank you. And is there anything else you'd like to bring to the inspector's attention?
No.
I sorry, this is my error. I should have warned you. Do you mind making sure that all your emails and WhatsApps and all that sort of is closed, obviously, because now that we're in evidence. Otherwise, if you wait there, you'll be asked some questions.
So could we just have a 5-minute comment break?
Well, I was tempted to have a longer break because we've only had 5 minutes. So
yes, of course.
yeah. So I was tempted to suggest 15-minute break. and then if you give me the nod when you think it's appropriate to break for lunch, then in due course.
So just thinking ahead, is there any intention that because I think we're going to be finished with Mr. Collinson comfortably today. Would you at that point wish to draw the inquiry to a close, or would you want to move on to Mr. Cox?
Well, there's one other option, which is to have brief sessions of planning conditions. As we first heard, we could explore those.
I suspect planning conditions will only be about 15, 20 minutes. But as you know, just let Mr. Corbett Birch know, my normal approach to conditions is to just highlight any points of issue, perhaps, and I usually leave it to the parties then to go away and tidy up. So I think it's probably only 20 minutes in terms of conditions. I think probably I'd just like to see where we get to if I'd like to be time efficient. So if Mr. Cox does want to be examined today and we've got time, then so be it.
I mean, so I think it's about the new rules. I can't speak to Mr. Cox.
Yes, exactly.
All sorts of administrative.
Yeah.
So I suspect that quite often, actually, what can happen if we were to break early is that we can then be more economical in just in planning evidence and chief.
Yes.
I'm reasonably sure, bearing in mind my official friends being respect on class, that we won't run over someone.
Okay, well that's at the top of my sort of list really. To
I think that
progress.
I don't speak for the council, but I think that preference then presumably would be to stop at the point of re-examination.
Yes.
This is going to be stop at that point, and then
So after Mr. Collinson's finished evidence,
and then we call Mr. Cox tomorrow morning.
I'm relaxed. I'm content with that. I'm relaxed. It's more just having an idea of how the day's going to play out.
Yeah.
I think our preference would be to call Mr. Cox tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
that's fine.
And then I'm sure we'll put it well within time tomorrow. But
okay, well that's a critical parameter. Yeah.
That being the case, I wonder whether now's an appropriate point for lunch. It's 20 to 12, and then just deal with the cross-examination in one go.
What would your preference be?
Yes, and it's a little early, isn't it? No, actually, I think probably again. So, what's your?
I'm ambivalent. What about Mr. Collison?
Our approach probably would be to get 15 minutes break now. I think we could start.
Okay.
I cross that with the witness.
I'm actually quite relaxed.
I'm sure.
I don't mind having a lunch now or
Okay.
15 minutes.
That's probably a bit neater, isn't it?
It probably is neat.
Certainly easy for Mr. Collins.
Yeah.
I've obviously can't talk to this council.
Yes. So you're in third of Mr. Collison. So
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes,
I will go to different toilets.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So so if you're happy with breaking.
Yeah, it's slightly early, but if it's going to help the flow, then I'm more in favour of that. Okay. We'll do that. We'll break for an hour then, and perhaps we'll look at conditions briefly towards the end of the day then. And then if it's an early finish, well, so be it. Yeah. Okay. So if we inquiries adjourned then till 1:45.
I'm so sorry, sir. It's just occurred to me, Mr. Cox mentioned the planning obligation yesterday evening. Do you want to briefly mention that? Just the sign of it.
Well, I need to speak to Mr. Collinson.
Okay, we can deal with that later.
Okay. Well, they can have a housekeeping after lunch if you want.
Understood.
Okay. So we're going to adjourn till 1:45 for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will.
Okay, quarter to one, so inquiries resumed and examination of Mr. Connaughton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Collison.
Afternoon.
And before we begin, can I just confirm, are you working primarily electronically from the
Both.
PDFs?
Both. I've got the Mr. Cox's proof of evidence in paper form, my own in paper form. I've got rebuttal electronically.
I see. Proofs,
So a bit of both.
proofs hard copy, but the
Yeah.
core documents primarily electronic. Is that right?
Right.
Because I'm just asking you just to make sure you've got a few of those to hand.
Okay.
Your proof of evidence,
Yes.
Mr. Cox's proof of evidence,
Yes.
right.
I'll need to get his rebuttal also.
Probably we don't educate it just yet. So
So you get it up.
no, I think if it'll be some time. So, Mr. Pycroft's proof of evidence, have you got that?
No. Yes, I've got some copy of that.
To hand.
Yeah.
CD 3.1, which is the officer's report.
Yes.
CD 4.1, the local plan.
Yes.
CD 4.9, the inspector's report on the local plan.
Electronically.
Yes, that's why the reason I do this is if you've got the electronic versions in front of you.
Can I just get Mr. Cox's rebuttal then electronically?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
CD 10.6, the council's housing land supply statement for this case. Have that. Could you just take up the PDF on that?
Not the Excel spreadsheets, just
No,
the big-
no, CD 10.6, the PDF. National Policy, the MPPF, if you've got that.
Yeah.
CD 5.3 and 5.6, the two written ministerial statements. You have those?
5.3 and 5.6.
Yes. 5.7 and 5.8, the press releases from current Secretary of State.
Could I pull those up at
Yes,
that
please.
time? Because
Okay, that's right.
I just have a bit of an issue with PDF sometimes.
That's exactly why I get this exercise, so it's just to.
I know, yeah. In terms of seeing the PDFs, if I pull up too many, sometimes it comes up and it's a blank page in my Foxit that we use.
Right.
If I can, certainly the ministerial statements, if we can, when we do come to that point, if I can.
But that's fine.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. It's not a test of how you can open PDFs. I can assure you that. But the reason I do it, sir, is actually often to identify if there isn't an issue with the IT. I would have a. Could you please take up CD 8.11.2, which is the housing land supply statement common ground. That's the last document. I'll ask for take over. You know,
So 8.11.2.
8.11.2, the housing land supply statement common ground.
Yeah. I've got the majority of those ministerial statements. I've not pulled up.
That's fine.
So.
That's fine. We'll come to this in a minute. Okay, and I'll use page references, particularly for something like the local plan. 4.1, you've got a digital version there. So
I've got paper.
Okay, I think they're probably manual.
I think they're about 2 hours from this morning.
I will also, I'm not easily seeding others, so I'm just getting a quick example. Okay, and I know this is blockers again. Sure, that's all right. Now, please go then to CD 8 and then 2, please. The housing land supply statement of common ground.
Yes. Yeah, got that.
Go please within that to page 12, table 2. And that is the conclusion of that document. It's also where we ended up yesterday. The housing land supply positions, we maintain 0.82 years of supply. Your council seeks 2.2 years. That was the end of the session yesterday. You recall that?
Yeah, 1.53 to 2.2.
Right, okay. Fine. Well, obviously we talked about how we've reached our 0.82
Yes.
now. Put that to one side, please. Could you go, please, to the local plan? That's CD 4.1.
Yep.
Within that, I have a PDF, page number 34, hard copy 36. So can I just briefly confirm, are you using the electronic version?
I'm using predominantly proofs and statements of common ground of paper, and then I'm electronic for everything else.
Great.
So yeah.
Good. Thank you, sir.
But I'm used to this juxtaposition of electronic PDFs, and so don't worry about it. I'm used to working my way around that.
This is probably something for the government to issue an edict about exactly how documents should be. Okay, so policy LP5. The amount of development to come forward between the period 2011 and 2033. That requires the council to make provision for a minimum of 9,598 new dwellings. Correct? See that?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Go back, please, to PDF page 31, hard copy 33. Paragraph 7.32, the stepped trajectory. Tell me when your name's Constance.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so specifically that allowed this council to bring forward between the years 2016 and 24, 260 dwellings per annum. Last year, 2024, 2025, figure was envisaged to be 390. This year, 700 per annum. And from next year, 725, rising for the subsequent 7 to 8 years, 27 to 3, to up to 775 dwellings per annum. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Could you take out, please, keep the local plan for now? I see you've got a hard copy. Could you go, please, to Mr. Cox's proof of evidence, please? Main proof. Go with that, please, to page 26. Same as the hard copy as the PDF. And you've, sorry, done with that.
The table.
Now, look at the year 2020 to 21. Cumulative under provision stage 411. Following year 301. The figure between 2020 to 2021 and 2025, the bottom right hand figure, cumulative under provision has risen since 2020, 411 to 544. You can see that graph.
Yes.
So last year, delivery, we can see there at 231, not the 390 that this council was supposed to be providing with the step trajectory.
Sorry, can you say that again from where there's
You recall we went through the step trajectory of
Yes.
the local plan. 390 is the figure this council was supposed to be running last year.
Yeah.
And you must know this as well, because this is development control matters. This is something you're aware of. This table shows that last year 231 dwellings.
That's right, in terms of completions.
Completions of this year, the target was 700. This authority is nowhere near 700 dwellings per annum, is it?
In terms of this year, this starts from April. So 25,
But nowhere-
26.
Yes, there's nowhere
So
near
it's-
700 dwellings per
Well,
annum.
we haven't got those figures yet, have
No.
we?
But you know that you're nowhere near 700 dwellings, are you?
I don't personally know, but I wouldn't have imagined we were at that figure. I haven't prepared that annual monitoring report.
No.
But
Okay, so you haven't checked, and you've got no evidence that this authority is anywhere near 700 dwellings per annum.
it's a fact. I don't believe we're anywhere near 700 dwellings now.
Next year, completions are not going to be at 725 dwellings per annum either, are they? If you haven't checked, that's fine. I accept that answer. I'll say you haven't checked, but the answer is you're not going to be there, are you?
I wouldn't have thought we would be close to the 725. No.
Now, those are the numbers. Let's just briefly take up your proof of evidence. It's page 20. Paragraph 212. You introduced 212 by saying the focus for growth in the NWLP are the market towns and local service centres, along with the larger settlements adjacent. So you specifically single out there site allocations H1, H2, H4, and H5. And in the next paragraph, 213, you say the second half of 213, the housing allocations have progressed with other applications submitted, pre-application, so forth. Now, you do not yourself provide any numbers for those applications, do you?
No, I haven't provided the planning references for those, but can do if you wish me to.
No, the point is that as part of your evidence on plans, you have not yourself subdivided what any of those allocated sites are actually going to be providing within the 5 years.
I haven't, no.
Let's go, please, then, to the local, back to the local plan 4.1, CD 4.1. Go, please, within that to policy 37. It's on page 76. So supporting text that begins on page 76, 78 in the hard copy.
Yes.
Okay, bottom right, the allocations component of the housing supply was 6,183 dwellings. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Reserve sites, 794. Over the page, policy 37 then it actually sets out which of those allocations are providing which proportion of that total 6,139.
That's correct, yes.
And we can see, effectively, there are three sizes of site in that list of LP37. We have the largest sites, H1, H2, H4, and H5. You can see there the figures there for those latter three, H2, H4, and H5, all of those four figures. 1,282, 1,675, 1,270. Now, if you add up, and it's not a calculation test, but just I'd be interested to see your view on this. If you add up each of those, 620, 1282, 1675, and 1278, by my maths, that's 4847 dwellings total, out of the total figure of 6183. And roughly speaking, that is about 78%, about 4/5 of the total, but just from those 4 locations. That's right.
Without getting my calculator out, but I understand your calculations.
Yeah.
And it seems to be the correct level looking at the numbers.
The middle category, still quite small, is in respect of H9 and H10, arts and lands common sites, those providing 400 and 450 each. So 950 out of 6183. My calculation, that's about 15.4%, call that 15% of the total. Agreed? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's not a maths test, but
No.
just to understand the general proportions we've done. 80% broadly from its 4 festival sites, 15% from 2 sites, middle, and then the smaller sites, the numbers are really quite small, aren't they? It's 12s, 7s, and so forth. That amounts to about 456, I think, of 6183. That's about 7.4%.
Is that all the other sites, the residual ones, is it?
Not, I say, not the reserve sites, if that's what
No.
you mean.
No, I don't.
But if I just look
It's all
at
within this table.
what remains from H1 after H1, H2, H4, H5, H9, H10, everything else, 7%. Over the page, we've got the reserve sites, total of 7.4, and we're going to come back to those. Now, could you take up, please, C10.6, which is the housing land supply statements. Thanks, Councillor.
Yes.
Big piece within that to page 4.
It starts with the table.
Yeah, table 3, projected delivery and allocated housing sites. So that's what this cat is actually like. Supply H2, which we observed earlier on, that's 1,282 dwellings. This council, on its own figures, and just I preface this by saying, as we made very clear yesterday, we don't accept that any of these sites are deliverable. The trajectories provided here are deliverable. Being very clear that you simply haven't passed that test. But let's just say, if one even was to take a council's case on those figures, your highest figures, H2 of that 1,282, on the council's case, it's only going to be providing 250 dwellings from 2028 onwards. That's right.
Onward.
H2.
Site just on H2.
Yeah, H2, 250,
Yeah.
only from 2021 onwards.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
H4, a site of 2,000. That is only going to be providing 50 units 2028 onwards and 50 in the following.
That's correct. Yes.
H5. Again, we've got some disputes about the deliverability of that, but that's only providing 300 out of the total of excess of 1,600, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, let's just have a look at the write-downs that had to take place on those sites. Could you go, please, to Mr. Pycroft's proof of evidence, page 11.
What do you mean by write down? Sorry.
Well, I'll ask the question if once you get the table out. Table 2.1.
Page 11.
Yeah, page 11 in the hard copy version, that's page 8. It's called table 2.1.
Yeah.
Now, these are the figures provided in your council's AMR previous year. So obviously these figures have moved on from even for the local plan stage. But on each of H2, H4 and H5, there are significant differences from the previous year on. H2, you had to discount but reduce it by 440. On H4 by 775 units, the delivered supply for 5 years. And H5 by 150. And again, I stress we haven't accepted any of those rates. So in fact, appellant's evidence is accepted. Like with the MPPF test, clear evidence, the figures would have to drop even lower.
I agree that that's the difference in there from the AMR to where we are.
So I use that term right down effectively in the space of 1 year. Just from those states, 1,365 units. So well, it's 1,000 units have to be taken out of the fines. We can see similarly in respect of Annesley Common and Coles Hill, a reduction on council's case of 100 units from H9. So we're in a position where, of that original 4,200 on H2 and H4 and H5, the biggest sites, this authority only suggests 650 units across the 5 years. That's right, isn't it? 200, 250, 100, 3. That's all this authority is going to be seeing delivered in the 5-year period.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what's in the table 3.
Yeah.
Adding them together.
Okay. Reserve sites. You made some attempt earlier on to suggest that reserve sites are coming back. Let's just be clear about this. None of the 3 reserve sites are deliverable.
It wasn't discussed yesterday, was it?
No, to be clear about this, the council had time to consider this. You have not suggested as part of any of your evidence that any of RH1, RH2, RH3 are deliverable.
No, they have, as I indicated today, they have applications in.
And those applications came in after the base date, didn't they? No, let me ask the question again.
After the base date.
You have not relied on any of those applications for saying you've got a deliverable supply from any of those 3 sites, have you?
No.
No. So those cannot be granted permission to alleviate the supply issues within the 5 years because they're not deliverable on your own evidence.
Well, they're not accounted for. Whether time will tell in terms of whether they're deliverable.
Yeah, because the system doesn't work on a time will tell basis, is it?
And we're looking at this, looks at how the situation is at the moment.
Yeah. And that is the only basis on which decision making approach that test is.
Cheers.
Yeah. Okay. Go back, please, to the local plan CD 4.1. Page 58 in electronic. Transport chapter. Figure 3 shows the transport network in North Warwickshire. And we see helpfully indicated there in the red line running through Atherstone, south of Dordon and ultimately Polesworth, the A5.
Yes.
In terms of the relationship between the A5 and the allocations, could you take up, please, Mr. Cox's proof? I think you have that to hand. I'll copy page 20. Main proof.
With figure.
Yes, figure 1, the relationship between the A5. Now, the map that's being used there was submitted to the local planning sector as part of the evidence base for the plan examination. Recall that that's at C 10.12, so page 4.
Okay.
And that illustrates, very helpful, may I say, the geographical relationship between the A5 and the allocations. Most notably, we can see the Polesworth, the Pols H4 allocation and how that relates to the A5 works there. And it's geographically important there, isn't it? Same also for those allocations in AFS mass locations.
It also indicates the Roby's Lane one to the east of Tamworth at the very top as well of that.
Yeah. Now, let's just look at what the local plan said, the text that was adopted in 2021 about the A5. Can you go please back to 4.1, page 62?
Sorry, can you say again, please?
Yeah, so it's I'm looking at strategic road improvement section. So trying to get to paragraph 12.19, which is in the hard copy of 64, and in the electronic versions of 62.
Thinking there, yeah. You said paragraph number again.
12.19, so
Yes,
road
yes,
section.
Yeah, page 64.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that says, expressed at the start, the A5 is an important part of the strategic road. It's a key arterial route through the borough. It also then identifies expressly at 12.21 that there's growth proposed along the A5, and it's difficult to see how the current road will be able to cater for such growth without substantial investment. Investment will unlock a number of development sites. And so that illustrates, doesn't it, just how important the A5 improvements to the A5 are to the allocations proposed as part of your strategy.
As part of the local plan, it does indicate that way.
It expressly says in the text of the plan that investments required to unlock a number of development sites. It's essential, isn't it, for those to come forward, certainly timely.
By investment, I would say it's mitigation to go along with that. That can come in forms, whether it's from government or from developments themselves. That's how I would understand it.
Well, the very next paragraph, 12.22, referring to the strategic transport assessment required for that local plan, confirms that development can take place along the A5, but is limited until there is substantial investment in the route. So in fact, what was said there was substantial investment. We'll come on to statistical work in due course, but it was tens of millions of pounds at that stage, wasn't it?
It indicates substantial investment, but actually, as I was trying to say this morning, this isn't the position when national highways are consulted on applications.
Well, let's just be really clear. I don't interrupt you too soon, Mr. Constant, but you do not put in front of this inspector a single document from National Highways saying that they are satisfied with any application in this administrative area, do you?
I'm trying to help the inspector to understand what's happening on the ground in terms of applications in DM and how we're determining these applications.
Indeed. And if I could just follow up that, but you have not provided a single piece of documentary evidence to this inspector.
I haven't provided.
Indeed, you've expressly chosen, because you had plenty of time to fill in documentary evidence for this appeal, you have chosen not to support that submission with a single piece of evidence, have you?
Certainly the piece of evidence is, as we stand up, we got something 2 days ago in terms of an application that from Highways England not objecting to the scheme. I could not have put it in my proof.
Okay.
If
Application.
Hold on.
If I could, I would have done. I'm trying to help the inspector to come to understand the position on the ground. I understand your position, how you'd like and how you want to interpret it. I want the inspector to understand what's actually happening on the ground too.
Well, this is evidence. It's an evidence-based
I understand that.
It is not enough to simply give assurances to an inspector.
I understand.
The statutory council team, which appraises matters very carefully, is taking some general position in allocations and applications without supporting that with evidence, and I appreciate you refer to one application, but that you do not provide any evidence in respect of any other application that we decide.
Well, I can certainly provide that evidence for that application. In terms of the Roby's Lane application, which does have an impact on the A5, that's been approved without objection.
Let's just go into how important the A5 is again. So CD 4.1, the local plan, page 85.
I'm on H2 policy, is that right?
Yes. Then supporting text for that, 1435. 14.35.
1435, so that's
Yeah.
right. It's different on the paper copy. This relates to parcels and garden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is expressly written into 1435 that access within and around parcels and doors is issued, the junction of the A5 and Long Street needs to be improved. So the supporting text says that the A5 is an important aspect of bringing H4 at all, and certainly in a timely fashion. So in fact, A5 improvements are essential. They're an essential part of the infrastructure requirement for that allocation coming through.
They are, yes.
Okay. Can you go please to the inspector's report, CD 4.9 for the local plan?
What page?
Well, I just want you to take the document out first.
First
Page I want to take you to is the cover page.
with Mr. Berso's name.
Indeed. Now, at the bottom of that page, we see the history of that examination, just in that recitation of the dates. I think you were employed at the authority at that point, weren't you, from 2018 onwards?
It was COVID time, so yeah, at the end of it.
Well, it started, didn't it? Plan was submitted for examination on the 27th of March.
Yeah.
And what we see there, besides there from the examination hearings list, is 25 to 27th of September. So pre-K 2018. And then there was a pause, wasn't there, in the examination until February to April 2019. And then another long pause until 15th to 17th of December 2020. So the examination took place over some time, didn't it? I appreciate that code has been referred to, but there were also issues in respect to the evidence base, which required to be paused and then reopened only once the authority provided further evidence. You recall that?
I do. I don't recall it being part of the team, but well, would be able to, but yes.
Can you go please within this? You're on the electronic version, isn't it?
I am, yes.
60, page 66. Paragraph 289.
Yes.
First line, the plan must represent a strategy. And the inspector assessing the sound of the local plan then expressly refers to a significant element of the development phase via the plan is reliant on upgrades to the A5, around which allocations are primarily focused. So this inspector identified there that one of the key bases, indeed perhaps the primary basis that he allowed this plan to go forward with those allocations, was because he was assured in respect of the improvements and upgrades to the A5. That's right, isn't it?
That was part of the reasoning, but not all of the reasoning for the delay in it.
You mean the date of the local plan?
The time period it took.
No, and there may be other issues, I appreciate, but a critical issue, obviously, evidence put in by the council, assurance is given as to the funding to be provided for the A5 works. Now, just to understand just how big those numbers are, 289 refers to projects amounting to 115.5 million. And obviously communication between the inspector and the authority about that. And then there's subdivision of various figures in the subsequent paragraphs. So 29291 commitment exceeds by some 21.5 million, the HIF bid, 58 million. And sorry, 290, 79.5 million referred to as the figure committed to launch projects. So that's, again, that was the evidence on which the inspector was making his decision about soundness of the strategy and the deliverability, the main allocation. That's right.
Yes.
Now, if we go forward then to (309).
That's the document, is it? Sorry,
No, paragraph 3.
Sorry. Yes.
Of what, sorry?
Of the
The
inspection
inspection
report.
IR 309.
Yeah.
Page 70. The inspector there observing that even if delivery were to falter against expectations, it refers to the number of homes come forward. But then expressed in the second sentence says, collectively reserve sites RH1, RH2 and RH3 have a capacity for around 794 homes and may be brought forward if housing land supply dips below 5.5. So he refers to that in that last sentence as being sufficient safeguards to delivery. But as we've heard, the reserve housing sites are not deliverable, so they cannot be safeguards to address the under-provision of the large locations. Can.
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah.
And so we've got two issues. Since we've got the withdrawal of the A5 funding, but also individual reserve sites, housing sites for their own reasons, not delivered. Now, let's look at the next chapter then. Could you go please to C418? That's the issues and options document.
The new issues, not options yet.
Yeah, it's
I've got to take a copy of that. So.
Okay, so I'm afraid I might electron version in two parts.
Okay.
It breaks around the hard copy 36. I'll provide the hard copy version for the inspector benefit. I'll provide the electronic reference to part 1 and part 2. Could you go please within CD14 to page 13, so in the PDF reference in the hard copy, Mr. Collinson, to page 8.
Page 30, sorry. Did you?
13 for the inspector, that's
right.
the PDF version.
Sorry, I'm with you.
Go, it's 8. I'm a little concerned there is another page number there, 93. So you're using a different version. It should be page 8 internally.
I've got housing development on B7.
Okay, could you just go to policy LP1 system development?
Right.
Okay, which is on page 8 internally.
Yeah.
Issues and options document. Commencing at paragraph 6.
Yeah.
Second lecture's done your.
Yeah.
So this document published last month, very recently.
Yeah, it's recently gone out to consultation, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was drawn up by your colleagues. And it says, paragraph 6, the growth options behind the adopted local plan need to be reassessed as the premise of infrastructure-led growth is now difficult to determine withdrawal of funding for improvements to the A5. So that is this authority's officers accept that the premise of infrastructure growth, let's put that another way, those main allocations during the plan, whether they can come forward, difficult to accept, difficult to assess, because all of that A funding withdrawn by government.
Yeah, it says it's difficult. It doesn't say it's impossible, but certainly says it's difficult. And with any issues and options, you have to reassess anyway. Your development strategies, I would have said.
Yeah, well,
It makes it more robust if you do that.
Okay. Well, it may make it more robust, but let's have a look at what the conclusions of this authority's office are. 6.2 expressly says that the adopted local plan was predicated on delivery of improvements to the A5. So the interpretation of this council's office and the policy team is the local plan, a central part of it, predicated on the delivery of those improvements. And then we see at 6.2 the reference to the funding as proposed and suggested in Inspector in March 2020. And then 6.3, what actually happened, why the funding was withdrawn. The funding for phases 1 and 2 for phases was withdrawn due to a trebling of the costs. And that's right, isn't it? The essence provided us was looked at the cost of those improvements trebled. The government identified that the cost benefit ratio changed, withdrew all of the funding, didn't it?
It does, but if you look at paragraph 6.2, I think you have to have in mind about the way that the authority grasped through the local plan the growth from other areas, which is a consideration of this issues and options as we go forward. So it identifies the growth from Birmingham, Tamworth and Coventry, which this authority through LP5 as that minimum figure of a requirement, because it was one of the only authorities in the, as far as I'm aware, in the West Midlands that actually grappled with that and took that level of growth from those areas.
Indeed. And now that was the adopted plan. Okay, so the allocations in the plan, those are the numbers that need to come forward to provide, you say in part for other authorities, but also to provide for needs of North Warwickshire.
Agreed.
Okay. Now, have you look at that history is the funding for the A5 was withdrawn for those reasons identified there, the trebling of the costs. So the formal position is this: the costs for the A5 for improvements have been identified to be even more expensive than was thought at the time of the local plan examination. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what that means in practice, and to be clear, this council is not presenting any evidence to this inquiry that there's going to be new funding. Nothing in your proof that says there'll be new funding.
No.
There's no evidence that government prepares to award that trebling, that 3 times higher figure. And so in effect, it's become even harder, hasn't it, to provide the A5 improvement to bring forward allocations in the later.
But it's not discounted from the issues and options. If you look at the growth options, there's still option 1 in terms of focusing on the corridor. So it's not completely.
Please let him finish.
So it's not completely out of the question, as I sort of indicated this morning, that actually these are allocations and these do need to come forward in some form. So in terms of them not being deliverable in the future from a local plan perspective, not a housing land supply perspective, but from a policy perspective, is one that still has a realistic opportunity of coming forward. So
we'll come on to what we actually say about options. If I can clear at 6.4, what officers are actually saying to members, whichever option approach is finally taken, it must be on the understanding and realisation that housing need is a priority along with the government's growth agenda. And it then says it could be argued that this will inevitably mean the focus on those options which are most likely to enable and encourage delivery over the short term, particularly in the light of current delays and difficulties arising with the loss of infrastructure funding. So what officers are actually saying is that members need to look properly add options that are not reliant on the A5. And what officers are not saying is the A5 is going to bring forward any homes on a quicker timescale than the current situation currently. They're saying you look at different options.
Well, I think it says you have to look at all options, not different options.
Okay, well, it continues over the page then for what those options are. And let's just have a look at what is said about the options from option 1 onwards. Because I heard your answer, you said, well, everything's on the table. You say, well, you can look at this. But the options are actually have commentary from officers about the timelines, how things can come forward. On option 1, page 40 of the PDF, hard copy 9, bottom right-hand corner. The timeline.
Is this the table? Sorry.
Yeah, option 1, the table, bottom right-hand corner.
Following on from paragraph 611, is that?
No, it's above option 1. So if you get option 1, focus on the A5 corridor.
Yeah.
Go into the pros and cons table in the bottom right-hand corner, above the question. The timeline, you see that? The timeline for external funding sources.
So mine goes over onto 2 pages, but yeah. The
Okay.
pros and cons.
All right, the bottom of the cons then, the timeline for external funding sources to go
Right.
forward,
Yeah,
road or rail improvements, you can see that, can't you?
Yeah.
Does not necessarily correspond to the need to deliver homes at the time.
Yeah.
This council is accepting that if this option 1 is maintained, then you won't be bringing forward homes any quicker.
Well, you'll need to reassess in terms of delivery times and trajectories based on that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do a reassessment.
Yeah.
What officers are advising members is that is not going to reveal that houses are going to come forward any quicker.
That's correct.
Option 2, then, focus on main roads, corridors, and junctions. There's another table there, pros and cons,
Yeah.
and we go to the bottom right-hand side of that. Exactly the same text used for option 2. The timeline for external funding sources to come forward, etc. Not necessarily crossing the need to deliver homes in a timely manner. Exactly the same text used.
Yeah.
Option 3, public transport centres corridor, right-hand corner of that. PDF page 17, hard copy 12. Exactly the same text again. If we jump over then to option 4.
Let's look at that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the same text, though, isn't it?
I don't think it's the same text because it doesn't say about the strategic road network, does it?
In respect to option 3, but what it says,
It
the
says
kind of external funding
external funding
does
come
not
from rail improvements.
does not necessarily correspond to the
So it relates to rail improvements rather than highway improvements.
What officers are saying again, that is not going to bring forward homes any quicker. You jump over option 4 for the moment, new settlements or village proposals. PDF page 19, hard copy 14, top right-hand corner of the cons. Development can take many years to start to build momentum and to deliver homes.
Sorry, I'm not with you there.
Okay,
I'm hard copy looking at 30.
14,
Yeah,
top 14.
it comes with a question on mine. It says question both option 4.
Okay, well,
So-
no, I'm on option
I know.
5.
Right,
Jumping over.
we
that.
can go over 4. Right, okay.
We're going back to 4. Don't
Okay.
worry about it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to work out where we're at. Okay, so
this
it's
one
on
question.
that table.
Option 5, page 14 in the hard copy. Cons, top right-hand corner.
Yeah,
Development can take many years to start and to build momentum and deliver the number of homes required. So what officers are advising them is if they go for the new settlement approach, again, that is not going to deliver homes any quicker. And in fact, it probably could take even longer.
Yeah.
Go back please to option 4, hard copy, page 12. Top left, possibly quick delivery. That is the only option amongst the 6 which is said to involve delivery quickly in a timely manner, isn't it?
Well, option 6 that we've not looked at as well says about delivery of more homes across the whole plan period.
It does not say, and let me just stick on option 4 for now.
But you indicated there, you said about all options.
Yeah. But to be clear, option 6, come on, option 6 is easy, but it's a hybrid option, essentially.
It is, yeah.
We don't know what option 6 is. It might be a mix of things. We're going to have a look at it, but ultimately it doesn't say what the mix of those elements will be. The only element, option 4, which refers to quick delivery, is the dispersal across the line.
Within the text, it doesn't say about quick delivery on 6, but yeah.
No, because we don't know what 6 is. Dispersal development throughout the borough. So dispersing it, largely focusing on the main settlements, providing in other categories of settlements. That's the only one which officers of revised members can provide quick delivery. Yes, that's right, isn't it?
Doing wording of that table, yes.
Yeah. Can you go on, please, to section 7, which in respect to LP2, the settlement hierarchy?
Yeah.
PDF page 21, hard copy 16, paragraph 7.7.
Yeah.
The sentence begins, it says this, the intention is to undertake only a partial review. But then it says, wherever instigates little or no change, that Warton shift, that 5 months now, there is still the need to offer and consider options that may offer an alternative approach that may address needs and delivery better. So again, what officers are urging upon members to look at is options different from the current plan strategy, which deliver housing needs much more quickly.
Well, it talks about needs, that it's the 2 elements, isn't it? It's about what the borough needs as a whole, what the settlements within that need. But yes, delivery is part of that. And the options for that settlement hierarchy.
But delivery is a really important issue, isn't it?
It's an element,
it is not officers' advice to members that they can just simply sit and provide the same strategy going forwards, which is not delivering enough homes, is it?
I think, as it says in 7.3, it picks up there about the withdrawal of the government funding towards the A5 improvements is delayed the delivery of some of the adopted plans. This has led to increased pressure on many of the lower category settlements for development. Whilst the current housing crisis and pressures, with the current housing crisis and pressures, some of the settlements falling into lower categories in the hierarchy have received applications on greenfield sites that have reduced infrastructure and service costs or contributions, enabling a more rapid decision and delivery. However, this does not lead to sustainable long-term communities with all the relevant infrastructure and services. So that's when it's talking about the actual needs against delivery, and there is that pull sometimes of those 2 bits.
Well,
delivery is a part of it, I would agree, but so is the needs of the settlements and the rural character and rural settlements of North Warwickshire.
Okay, so you can read all of the bits of this which refer to what concerns officers, but in terms of the actual conclusion, advice offered to members that they need to consider options that offer an alternative approach that may address needs and delivery better. So the position, Mr. Collins, is that officers are saying to members, your strategy is not delivering homes in anywhere near the numbers that are required. And if you want to actually act in accordance with government policy, you need to be providing options which deliver homes much quicker.
We need to reassess the situation, hence the options.
Again, you talk about reassessment of the situation. But it is not officers' serious advice to members that they should do nothing about the fact that their delivery levels are less than half of what's needed, is it?
Which suggests the partial review, doesn't it? So it suggests to reassess the existing options and see whether they meet the tensions there in terms of delivery of housing and the needs of the borough as a whole.
This council needs to go over the page. The question that is put at the top of page 22, maintain policy LP2 in the current settlement hierarchy, alter where some settlements sit in the settlement hierarchy, and then further questions about maintaining, increasing, or reducing of settlements. So this council still needs to examine where all the settlements sit in the hierarchy.
Yes.
You refer to we put it in obviously alongside this, the 5 updated settlement sustainability appraisal, and that carries out the same scoring exercise. But that hasn't actually, it's just one assessment, that hasn't actually reassessed whether settlements could be moved between categories, has it?
It's looked at and it's assessed all the categories and put them in a scoring system as sort of working on from the previous settlement hierarchies, looked at population and the services that would usually go with what population would usually have what services.
But
and it has provided categories as far as I was aware. It's not included in the category 2 that I'd mentioned earlier about being adjacent to other settlements, which is adjacent to the borough, but I believe it from what I've seen.
we'll come on to the details of that document.
Yeah.
But just as a matter of principle now, that document is not a complete reassessment of settlements. It's not an appraisal of how you can make changes to the hierarchy, is it?
It's not about making changes to the hierarchy. Hence, the issues and options is asking for evidence to, in terms of which way to go forward, and there may be additional evidence that you could then reassess that on those settlements.
But then, okay,
Because it could be that you get sustainable development to come along with it in terms of improved services from infrastructure providers, etc.
okay, you've asked the question. That's all that's happened, isn't it? There hasn't been any evidence commission to reappraise the settlement at this stage.
No, and that's really what the issues and options is. It is something to put out there. There is this issue. And yes, we may need to reassess the hierarchy of those. This is what it is at the moment in this sustainability approach, second sustainability approach.
And when you consider this alongside the dispersed strategy option 4, there's a clear acceptance by this council that the settlement hierarchy does need to be revisited.
It's reassessed through that sustainability settlement. And yes, that is part of the options in front of us, whether there needs to be, that there needs to be a reassessment of that.
Could you go, please, to the assessment in this issues and options document of policy 37, the housing allocations? So that's in part 2 of the PDFs. See 482.
You've got paragraph.
Amendment page 2. Mr. Collins, for your benefit, that's hard copy 52, commencing at 42.1.
The paragraph numbers, but it doesn't tally up for some reason. But that says housing allocations.
Yeah.
42.1. Yeah.
First paragraph, 42.1. Last line. New allocations will be required to fulfil the housing number in the local plan review, as discussed in policy LP5. Okay. Officer's position is that further allocations must be found.
Agreed.
Paragraph 42.3. There's a reference to a call for sites and that closed on the 31st of March of this year. Just to correct something that was said in evidence in chief, that call for sites is closed, hasn't it? You said it's open.
The information I've got is that it's still open and we're still accepting sites
All right.
as we sort of move forward. So I know what it says in black and white there, but I believe professionally I've been indicated, I'm not from local plan team, that it's still open. So
Well, what is said quite clearly there in the end is no decision on the merits of sites has yet been made. So the sites haven't even been analysed yet, have they?
no, and that's one of the indications that I was saying earlier about the Sheila in terms of that assessment of
Hasn't been done. I know you refer to that as process, but it hasn't been done.
no.
42.6 then refers to the various allocations that we've got to. I'm going to revisit referred to earlier on, but in respect of RH1, RH3, so PDF page 5, so section 43.1 onwards.
Right.
Your version, this comes 55.
It's 57 on here. That's why paragraph
Yeah.
numbers are better for me. Sorry.
Maybe because I actually converted this
Yeah.
to an
Sorry.
categorization version. So, okay. Not one of these sites is described in this document as being deliverable. In fact, it lists all the problems that face RH1, RH2, and RH3.
But indicates the current position, doesn't it?
Indeed.
Quite clearly, which I wasn't able to sort of provide, but it does here say what the issues are, that there are applications and the potential of them coming forward.
Okay. It doesn't say that any of these are deliverable, does it?
In terms of the 5-year delivery,
No.
the definition there,
No.
I don't think it changes that.
It even
Position.
proposes the deletion, for example, street.
Yes.
So actually, council is saying there it needs to look at finding new reserve sites, isn't it? It says
Well, a new reserve site. I don't think it says there's issues with RH1 and RH2. RH1 is the without evidence. This is the one where part of it we don't have there's no objection from National Highways. I can provide that for you.
no, because this is
I
a
know.
documentary process.
I know.
In fairness, it's got to be a good.
Yeah.
RH1 says there's some higher requirements, improvements. Those are going to need to be addressed as part of the application.
It's not saying it can't be developed, and that
No.
isn't being withdrawn from it.
But the
It
point
does
is-
say that for RH3, which is the football ground site.
And it's actually suggested that might even be deleted.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's just assess now where we've got to local plan and the issues. But we've heard that this authority is going to have to look at providing new allocations. And in fact, it's going to have to look at providing a significant number of new allocations, isn't it? If it wants to bring about timely delivery of the housing needs.
Does the document not say that actually we need to reassess potentially the housing need, to reassess the trajectory? It's an important document that way. What I was trying to say earlier about the local plan 2021 that grappled with issues of Birmingham, Tamworth, etc. Whereas this document is indicating, okay, we've got those, but we need to step back and say, do those cross-boundary duty to cooperate requirements, albeit a smaller proportion of it, need to be reassessed?
Let's go back, please, to 6.4 under LP1. Page 30. Yeah, it's LP1, 6.4. It's part 1 of City 4, 18, page 13. Officers expressly advise members whichever option to approach is taken. Are you in 6.4 of issue?
No, I've hit the local plan, sorry. 6.4 of this issues and options. Yeah,
Page 8.
Expressly advised members, whichever option is taken, they need to focus on the housing need deliveries priority along the government's growth agenda. So there is no part of this. Let me rephrase that. Officers expressly advised they need to get on with it. They need to allocate sites that actually bring about timely delivery. That's what 6.4 is saying.
agreed, which is why we've produced this issues and options to bring it forward.
So let's be clear about this. You talk about an assessment. There is an issues and options that's just been published. None of the evidence base to support a new local plan has been published. Has it?
No, it's this issues and options and the settlement sustainability strategy.
That's it.
The call for sites has been publicised.
But you need to conduct a strategic transport assessment, don't
Yeah.
you?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
To work on that, that's going to have to be done by an external consultant, isn't it?
I don't.
You don't know. You don't know.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We are working with the county council to look at that strategic transport assessment. I know there've been significant amount of discussions relating to this in terms of the options on the table.
Okay. Discussions have been had, but the work on the actual document that hasn't started, has it? Or if you can't inform the inspector of the file,
It has started, not in the form of a document, but that's been prepared.
So some people are talking about it, but nothing's been put on paper or published.
Well, nothing's been published.
No.
I don't think you can say nothing's on paper because it will have been.
SA sustainability appraisal, that's a massive part of the evidence base for me. And the current stage, that hasn't been published, has it?
It's not been published now, but it's been undertaken, I believe.
You say, your authority says, go back to issue options page, part 18, part 1, page 7.
Paragraph number, sorry.
Yeah, you'll need to go up to, just go to, it's in the summary page on hard copy 2.
You've got a
Hard copy 2 on the summary, page 7 in the hard copy 2 in the issues and options document.
I know I was looking for a paragraph that was close to it.
Roman numeral 4.
Yeah.
Go to the top after the contents page, for the contents page on Roman numeral.
So summary, sorry, at the very start. Okay.
What this authority is saying it's going to do is it's going to proceed directly to Regulation 19. Now, you don't know which of those issue options members and lead officers are going to choose at this stage, do you?
I don't know.
No. The logical step in this scenario where you have some major decisions to make about what options to bring forward will be to carry out a further Reg 18 consultation in respect of preferred options, wouldn't it?
The situation in terms of timescales for submitting local plans to the inspectorate and the timelines there because of the changes to the local plan process means that we need to act quickly and robustly to that stage of submission. So hence that we need from the issues and options to then go forward. I mean, that's the local development scheme includes that.
It says that.
Yeah.
But as we've established, you haven't analysed any of the call for sites. You haven't published, certainly haven't provided any information on the strategic transport assessment work. It's going to be ready at any stage next year. You haven't provided any other evidence in respect of how far advanced this authority is in respect of the very substantial evidence base that any new local plan will. Have you?
I haven't personally. If there is a critical path to this, and as we grappled with the Birmingham elements of the local plan and the growth there, we grapple with providing and delivering an adopted local plan as we move forward that will be reassessed, and we will do that.
Well, you say that you will do that. I understand that
We've done that before, so
as-
we'll do it again.
Okay, but
Sorry.
we're in the situation now. The A5 funding improvements, as we know, critical components of those allocations, not coming forward, no funding for those. Equally, you're not able to provide to this inspector any evidence that this authority is commission actually has any substantial evidence base is what's required to put forward a silo.
You just bear with me as I look through.
Mr. Colson, where are you going?
I'm trying to look at the local development scheme. Sorry.
The local development scheme can put all sorts of dates in, but there is no hard evidence for this inquiry
But this
that
is
any of those dates can be met.
the local development scheme will have been submitted to the government, and if the government had problems with that timeline, then they would say to us and ask us to alter it.
Authorities put forward local development schemes all the time, don't they? And then they don't submit on time. There is currently not a statutory duty that requires any authority to take any such steps. So the practical reality, I put it to you, you can say all this stuff's going to be achieved by December next year. It is absolutely certain this local plan is not going to be enforced next year. That's agreed, isn't it? In respect of the submission of the evidence base, what we've described here, essay work, strategic transport work, finding out the sites, potentially having to do another consultation options, all of that is going to take well over a year, isn't it?
No, I don't agree with you. I know what you said. I'm sorry, I just agree to disagree. I think we've done it before, we'll do it again. I understand your point you're raising. I don't have the knowledge to say this is I certainly know that lots of evidence is being prepared, greenbelt assessments, local landscape assessments, reassessing those bits. I know the essay work's being undertaken. I know the strategic transport assessment, there's work being undertaken on that. But we have been given the resources internally to ensure that this happens, and our members will have to take it through after the consultation periods for each phase have been undertaken, need and want and are behind to achieving the goal of submitting it before December of next year. In fact, it suggests that it will be August, September next year.
Indeed. So you've got to the space of those numbers. I'm not going to run all those questions again. You've got to commission all of the documents you've got to. That's
Commissioned, some of it's done commissioned already. It's been undertaken. It's different in terms of commissioning to
But there's
undertaken.
no hard evidence before this as to the state where any of that work has got.
Well, there isn't now.
Now, if this authority simply rushes to submit and provide something which isn't sound, the current position of local plan examinations is that you're no longer free to provide further evidence base. You see in the letter from last year, the Housing Minister, he says if it requires an extra 6 months, authority inspectors are not going to give that to local plan authorities. The plan has to be withdrawn. So the system has got much stricter, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So you might well try and rush to meet that deadline, but if it's not a sound plan, it's going to have to be withdrawn, won't it?
Well, I think you say rush. In terms of how we move forward, we'll look at the evidence that's in front of us and come to a judgment whether that you say rush, I don't agree with you.
Well,
That's your view on that in terms of rushing something.
let me put this last question in. Mr. Collins, you're in development control, aren't you? Not in planning policy. You
Yeah,
never
I mean,
worked-
development management, yes.
Yeah, sorry, development
sorry.
management. I'm so sorry. You've no experience yourself working in policy team and putting together an base.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Okay. In this authority, you're not in the policy team.
No, I'm not in the policy team, but we work together closely on things. I don't know the ins and outs of
No.
when things are done.
As I understand,
We
you
work
haven't
very closely.
indeed. So you haven't been working on policy for a number of years yourself, have you?
I haven't.
No. Mr. Cox obviously has. He's got considerable experience there. I'll put some questions to him as to the realism of what you've said. I'll persist on this one. Now let's look at where your position on the local plan sits with, and indeed in housing delivery sits in government. Can you take up please CD 5.3, which is the written ministerial statement
There's a
from 1st of July 2023. Take pause and leave it. CD 5.3, I'm sure you can get that.
Yeah. Yes. That's
You don't refer anywhere in your brief to the written ministerial statements of July and December of last year, do you?
no, I don't.
Those are important material considerations, aren't they?
They are.
They effectively are planning policy in their own right. But they're important, aren't they? When you consider text, the current aren't
Yeah.
they? This is the former Deputy Prime Minister, previous Secretary of State, Andrew Rayner, but it's not the position. There's only any difference between the first Secretary of State, as it were, and the second Secretary of State under the current government. There's been continuously boosting supply
Yes.
and ensuring. So when the Secretary of State, Deputy Prime Minister, says in the third paragraph, we are in the middle of the most acute housing crisis in living memory. That is an accurate description of the situation nationally, isn't it?
Is yeah.
Indeed. And it is also an accurate description of the situation in North Warwickshire. There is an acute housing crisis locally, isn't there?
She indicates as well to build in the right places.
No, the question I asked was, it's an accurate prescription of the situation in North Warwickshire. There is an acute housing crisis locally. Yes or no, Mr. Collins?
We don't have any 5-year supply, so I would take that it is certainly signs that, and certainly the 5-year housing supply is such that it does need to be dealt with. So
There's an acute housing crisis locally, isn't there?
I would say so.
Yes. Now, government then, the Secretary of State identifies the housing requirements increased, and we see specified in that fourth paragraph, the 1.5 million homes target, which one needs to meet, they're committed to delivering over the next 5 years. And what 1.5 million homes target means is across the Mightyman's plan, a very substantial number of new permissions need to be granted right now. Then in 2024 and right now at the end of 2024.
Well, across the period of the
Yeah.
yes.
So if you want to be delivering those homes, you need to be granting them now. That's what Secretary of State's saying.
Which is about delivering them, whether they're built. It says about growth and build, but then it says deliver.
It's the clear instructions to local authorities to grant permission for many more homes now, so
Which is
they are
different to build. Grant is different to build, but maybe it's
do I really need to go to build more homes? More permissions need to be granted, don't they, Mr. Collins?
yeah,
That's
more
what basic.
need to be granted.
That includes permissions on appeal, doesn't it, Mr. Collins?
It does.
Can you go, please, to the second statement? CD 5.6. Mr. Pennycook,
Yeah.
uses in the very first sentence that WMS, this government has inherited an acute and entrenched housing crisis. And we can agree, can't we? This is an important aid as to how one should read the current document 2024, because we published alongside it.
Yeah.
And echoing again that second paragraph, the 1.5 million homes. So absolute continuity to the July and the December WMSs. Can you go please to supporting local planning, the section? You'll find that page 4 of the PDF.
Sorry, which document?
WMS CD 5.6, the one we're already in.
Right, okay, sorry.
Page 4, supporting local planning, capital letters.
Yeah.
First sentence, we've made clear our commitment to universal local plan coverage. 4 lines down.
Mm-hmm.
A plan-led system in which fewer than a third of places have up-to-date plans does not work. This authority does not have an up-to-date plan, does it?
No, because it doesn't have a 5-year supply, but it is within, it's 4 years old.
Okay, and this council therefore is clearly not in step. It's adopted a plan 4 years ago, but it's very rapidly up to date, so it is not in accordance with that objective that there should be full coverage plans and up-to-date plans.
Correct, which is why we discussed that issues and options in the timelines for sort of going forward.
Indeed, and if the inspector were to take the view, basis of your evidence, Mr. Cox's evidence, that actually it's highly unrealistic that you're going to have a local plan in place before December of next year to solve your issues, then actually you get further governments an out-of-date plan and you're not able to replace it.
If to take Mr. Cox's evidence, yes, I haven't indicated that we're not able to achieve that.
Now, securing high quality development and more affordable housing, page 5 on this, rapidly driving up planning consents in context with woefully inadequate local plan coverage will increase the number of options secured outside of local plan applications in the short term. So that is what government is asking authorities to do, to grant many more homes, including outside local applications, if the 1.5 million homes promised to be hit. And then it says, straddling page 5 and 6, where it applies, the presumption in favour of sustainable development must have real teeth. What the Secretary of State, so the Minister is instructing them, is that the presumption in favour of sustainable is engaged. It needs to be applied with full force, doesn't it? To ensure more homes come forward now.
Yes, it does, but it then goes on to say, however, we've got to be absolutely clear this is not a green light for low quality development.
Absolutely, there is a dispute between us as to whether that is even engaged here, whether this amounts to low quality development. However, the objective there in respect to the presumption are saying it must have real teeth, so it carries a real weight, is indicating to decision makers, be they local authority officers, councillors, or inspectors on appeal, is that the presumption must be full force.
And as you see there, this is something that I've included in my proof to say that the presumption's been amended. It's been amended to take into account that, yes, it's not a green light for low quality development, but sustainability of location, it says there. Provision of affordable housing, this is the bit of 11D2 that has altered to reflect that.
Yeah.
So you've got design quality, sustainability of location.
We'll come on to how, we'll come on how 11D works in this case.
Okay.
But what it's saying is the presumption is not some optional extra applies, got to be applied mindful of this instruction. The bias is going to be applied with real teeth. Mindful of that overall objective to radically boost housing. Now, 5.7, please, CD 5.7. We don't have a WMS from Secretary of State Reid yet. She's only appointed 3 months ago, September. But nonetheless, there's been a number of speeches. As we've established, there's an absolute continuity between one Secretary of State and another. And page 2, this press release, relatively soon after being appointed, he's used this effect saying, I want us to build, baby, build. But the specific thing he says there is, should we put the key to a decent home in the hands of every single family? So the message from the Secretary of State through press releases such as this, absolutely consistent. This government strongly supports a sharp increase. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, I'm just reading through.
Just all I'm looking at is that first sentence.
Yeah.
I want to put a key to a decent home into the hands of every single family that needs it.
Okay.
That line, again, you agree, that shows absolute consistency. Result, this government strongly supports a sharp increase in growth, both nationally, but also local. Now, CD 5.8, further statement issued in the name of Secretary of State and the Chancellor. You go please to page 2. Statement from Housing Secretary agreed. Second, sluggish planning has real world consequences. Every new house blocked deprives a family of a home. Continues in that paragraph after that, we will build 1.5 million homes in communities that working people desperately want them. So again, that's a clear instruction to consider the real world consequences of housing shortfalls, isn't it? To really think about how housing shortages below 5 years have real consequences for not being able to buy homes.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
And that is prioritising delivery over blocking that term there. Every new house blocks, deprives the family of their home. So emphasising the weight to delivering housing, market housing and affordable housing to be increased wherever such identified needs are, where needs are identified.
I think the blocked element relates to, so it says every infrastructure project, but the blocking there doesn't seem to relate to houses. I would say that relates to potentially nationally significant infrastructure projects, and that's how I read it.
Well, it's a sluggish planning is real world consequences every new house blocks. Now, whether that's because the A5, in other words, that this authority has adopted a plan which can't deliver homes, or because it's refusing schemes on other sites. All of that ultimately stopping homes from coming forward in situations where they're needed. Okay, let's move on to the epic of text. Paragraph 61, please. Not a cool document, but you have it as I understand, 61.
Yeah. Yep, got it in front of me.
At 61 at the start of chapter 5, respect of delivering a sufficient supply of homes, sets out probably the most important paragraph for delivery of residential development. But the objective is to significantly boost the supply of homes. So when government uses that phrase alongside the written statements, And the other statements, the Secretary of State and the ministers, what they're saying is that is the most important objective, isn't it? There is significantly boosting the supply of homes, the most important objective across the residential sector. And specifically, that the needs is that a sufficient amount of variety of land can come forward where it's needed. And the needs of groups of specific housing blocks are addressed and allowed which is without unnecessary. So that's significantly boosting supply. That's an imperative for all authorities in delivering natural laws.
Yeah, where it needs to come forward, where it's needed. Yes.
And it is needed, isn't it? Desperately, authorities such as this. You're not saying that North Warwickshire is some kind of enclave.
No.
It doesn't need to adhere to that.
Yeah.
Could you go please to the local plan text and the objectives? For CD 4.1, page 16 in the 16 in the digital version, 18 in the hard copy.
Yes.
Objective 2 is to provide for the housing needs of the borough. 5.6 expressly says that will be achieved by ensuring that housing requirements are delivered and providing for affordable housing throughout the borough. Now we can agree, can't we? This plan is not ensuring that the housing requirement is delivered.
At the present time, you say?
No, it's not. Because you've already got a situation where you're under providing these.
Which is why we're going to review it, yes.
You can say all your life, we're going to review all this, but this is the adopted plan, isn't it?
It is.
This is the strategy that you are saying that you wish to defend. If the council's figure is right, following the housing land supply session, at 2.2, you are providing only half the 5-year housing land supply that's needed. It's on your figures, and if the appellant's right, you're providing less than a fifth, aren't you? So you are not, those are not controversial. The plan, if the plan is therefore failing to meet its own objectives, providing everyone with a home that meets their needs, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Affordable housing. Can you take up Mr. Cox's proof? Maybe he's within that to page 28. Table 4.
Yes.
We see there the performance in respect of affordable housing conditions. We just look at that second column. 2019, 2020 onwards, 28, 93, 76, and the last 2 years, 32 and 17. So this authority has only provided 246 affordable homes in the last 5 years. Well, a slightly longer period, but in that 5 years fit in there. And that figure on the right-hand side, minus 419, that effectively, each of those represents a real person with affordable housing need right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this council equally is failing to provide an affordable home to certainly the hundreds split there, split like cumulatively thousands who are in need of affordable home housing.
Yeah, I would agree.
And you don't suggest that a situation where those numbers of people in affordable housing is not really serious and something that needs to be addressed right now.
I understand it needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
The affordable housing element of any scheme is really important. I do have concerns over the systemic issue of affordable housing.
Okay, but it's not your position that
No.
those with affordable housing need right now should wait until the local plan review is adopted
I don't
at some
think so.
time in the future.
Yeah, I don't think it's the local plan review personally.
But we can come on to what you've said about this scheme, affordable housing together here, in due course of planning months. In terms of how we weigh meeting affordable housing needs, it's a really important objective
It is.
on the text of this plan, but also throughout the WMS published by the Secretary of State and the Minister. They also emphasise how central delivery of affordable housing needs is to this government's plans. You're aware of that, you're well aware of that, aren't you? Okay, can we go please then to the text of the plan? Actually, sorry, just main statement of common ground, please. CD 8.11.1.
Bear with me, so need to check whether that.
Could you go, when you are there,
Sorry.
to paragraph 510, which is on page 16 in the electronic version.
You say the number again, sorry, CD.
CD 8.11.1.
And what paragraph, sorry?
510, please.
$5.10 was it?
It's agreed between us. Did you know that?
Yes.
LP2 out of date.
Yeah.
Yeah, alongside LP7 and LP13. Now, could you take up, please, Law Holmes case 7.5, please? 7.4, I'm sorry. Go, please, within that to page 16 when you are there. Paragraph 45. Are you there, Ms. Constant?
No, not yet, sorry.
Okay, CD
Just I've got the CD. Look at the paragraph 45, because it's,
Paragraph 45.
yeah,
3 lines down, the definition of out of date, which you agree it's out of date. If the plan does have relevant policies, these may be overtaken by things that have happened since it was adopted, either on the ground or in some change in national policy, or for some other reason, so that they're now out of date. If that's been defined by the courts, in that case, a number of subsequent cases. So a policy like LP2 can be rendered out of date because there's been a fundamental change in the assumptions about which sites can be delivered as part of the plan. That's right, isn't it? It can also be rendered out of date because national policy has changed its adoption.
yeah.
Now, you say in your proof, let's take up the reference for now. You say, well, the local plan was adopted less than 5 years ago. But the exact date of adoption in terms of dates, that's not the key question. What matters is whether something's happened in the interim to make it out of date. Could you go, please, to the text of LP2? That's at 4.1, page 25. And I want to explore a series of themes in LP2.
During the local plan.
Yeah, local plan 4.1, hard copy is 27, PDF, page 25.
Sorry, I'm not with you there. So I was looking at LP2, but you said,
LP2, just get a bit policy LP2.
yeah, and then you indicated about paragraphs. It's actually the policy wording, is it?
No, I didn't raise any paragraph numbers. I'm just talking about the page number. So page 27,
Yeah.
the hard copy version. Now, let's just start with this. The first line says, to help with the borough proportionally distributed, be of scale, it's in accordance with the borough settlement hierarchy. There is no cap in respect of the amount of housing to come forward within Warton, is there?
Well, the wording of that I indicated this morning on LP2 indicates about no more than 10 units. But there isn't I don't understand what you mean by cap.
No, there's no figure there that says Warton can only provide this number of houses during the plan period.
No, there isn't.
They're usually on sites of no more than 10 units at a time.
Yeah.
But there's nothing in LP2 which says this amount of dwellings to be attributed to Warton.
No, it's got tests which need to
we'll
be.
go through the tests. Don't worry, I will take you through each of those elements.
Yeah.
But I've got to work through the stages first of all to understand how LP2 actually works. And you confirm there's no cap for Warton in the text of the policy. And indeed, it doesn't actually distribute any particular amount of housing to Warton. It's not on the text of LP2.
It's not prescriptive in terms of saying only this number. No.
The usually no more than 10 units test. If we look at the local plan, paragraph 710, the supporting text.
Yeah.
That says in the core strategy, it was suggested that category 4 settlement sites would normally be no larger than 10 units at any one time. And there's a description there of what the core strategy said about the reason behind this to ensure small communities not swamped by new developments. Then it says, after that, I think it's encouraged by the local inspector to clear the reductions plan that sites have been brought forward for what it's basically saying there is that a cap of 10 units, that was the core strategies approach, and that's not to be continued, is it?
Not the cap. No.
No.
But obviously, there's wording in the policy that says usually.
If you go back to please the core strategy.
Oh no, sorry.
Can you take up please the core strategy CD 415? Page 27.
I'm not there yet. Sorry.
Okay.
What CD is it? Sorry.
CD 415.
415. Thank you. Yeah. Which?
Page 27 or 26 in the hard copy, but 27 on your electronic, aren't you?
Say split housing numbers. Is that the one? Or?
Yeah, split of housing numbers.
Yeah.
Core strategy. Remember, we're talking about a 2014 document assembled with an evidence base which predated the NPF, the era of 2012. Targets for Warton under NW5. The figure was set of 45, 2014 document. See the language. But if we look at what the actual figure was, the core strategies, back page 26 and NW4, that was looking at allocating just 3,650 dwellings over the 2011-2021. Wasn't it?
Going back to page 24, you said.
Yeah. 25 NW4.
Yeah.
So, to the extent that if we just go back, please, to the local plan LP2 4.1, to the extent LP2 retains this residual wording of usually on sites of no more than 10 units at one time, it was inherited from much older document, the core strategy 2014, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, certainly the inspector Mr. Bairstow considered that aspect of it and included text to
He did.
pick that issue up.
He did. And as we've established, when Mr. Bairstow was looking at this local plan, he was providing with assurances that this local authority that funding would come forward for those developments in the category 1, category 2 settlements, which allow much larger elements, which allow those allocations to come forward, wasn't he?
Mhm.
So he was approving the soundness of that text in the context of assurances made as to deliverability, particularly of those 4 main allocations of larger settlements, wasn't he?
Yeah, okay.
And as we've established, deliverability of each site's line of archives is reduced in 5-year period to 0, or in respect to your figures we established at the very outset, the delivery rates on each of those have been cut considerably on what effectively was represented to the inspector at the time of the examination.
Mhm.
And you use an expression in your brief, you talk about that I don't need to turn it up, I think, but the settlement hierarchy is a policy approach which is a sort of proportionate and managed. Use this term about managed, you recognise. If one applies the 10 units figure strictly in respect to every category 4 settlement across this bar, then this authority is not going to see more than a very small amount of housing coming forward to meet the colossal shortfall that it currently has. That's right, isn't it?
So it'd be right if it's across the category 4 settlements.
So you would agree, wouldn't you? It doesn't make much sense now to apply usually no more than 10 units in any, even if you say it's not a cap, in any way, its own right as a restriction on the amount of housing to come forward. One has to look to the other elements of the test to properly assess each application.
Yeah, true.
So in practice, that usually no more than 10 units criterion, the weight that can be called to that must be reduced. You don't apply it as a strict test, you didn't in your report, and indeed you're not urging this inspector to apply it as a strict test or something which should be any.
If you look at the wording of this says about the 10 units within the policy. It indicates about the service and infrastructure delivery that goes along with that. That picks up the sort of cumulative issue if there are a number of applications in and around a village. So there's the test there in terms of no more than 10 units or more, I would say. That's similar, but not the same as the proportionate and scale tests that are.
Well, I think we're agreed. We need to take this in stages, don't we?
True.
So the first sentence refers to development of a scale. The first sentence LP2 calls this one of our settlement hierarchy. But then the next sentence specifically says you need to have regard to level, type, and quality day-to-day provision and the ability to sense to absorb the level of development. But if we go over the page, it gets even more specific. Development directly adjacent settlement may also be acceptable, including that which would enhance and pretend housing, provided such development is proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement. So we're agreeing, at least as I understand, so that's really the primary test. You need to assess whether development is proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement.
It's one of the tests because there's other elements to it as well. But yes, it's scale and proportionate is one of them.
Could you go please to your proof, page 33? Paragraph 315.
Yeah.
You've added in a qualifier there. You say it's got to be proportions to its level within the settlement hierarchy.
So it needs to be proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement, which is the start of LP2, which says about development within the borough will be proportionally distributed and be of a scale that's in accordance with the settlement hierarchy.
Okay, but the text of LP2 specifically, top of page 28, our copy, says proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement. That does not use its place within the settlement hierarchy at all, does it? You've added that in as part of that assessment.
Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, let me simplify this. Your page 25,
Yeah.
paragraph 321.
Sorry, you said another page now. I was on.
Yeah,
paragraph
you go, please, your proof, page 35, paragraph 321.
Yeah.
You say in LP2, correct, it's proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement. You say the main issue is thus what scale. What you've done over the page, sort of text, up to your table 4, is you've looked at census data going back to 2001.
Yes.
There's no text in LP2 that says you have to look at what the position of settlement was 24 years ago and then assess how much is paid in that period. It's I mean, there just isn't. So, Mr. Collins, I'm going to rush you along if I may on this. It doesn't say you look at the position 2001. It doesn't say you look at the position 2016. The test in LP2 asks you to look at the proportions to what is already there. Okay, the number of dwellings that are already in the settlement. I'll give you this number of dwellings that are already in the settlement plus any consented units that can come forward in the future. That's how you assess whether it's proportionate to the scale of something, isn't it?
I think you need to look at the timescales of the local plan and when that is, what time period that looks at. Is that is your starting point.
No, 4.1, again, look back at it. Development directly adjacent to settlement boundaries may also be acceptable, but is subsequent to proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement. When this plan was adopted, that text was put in here saying this will be applied in any given application, any time during its the test is whether at that point in time it's proportionate in scale to the relevant settlement.
I'd say it's from the adoption of the plan, it needs to be proportionate in scale.
That wording from the adoption plan doesn't appear in the text of LP2, does it?
Sorry,
That wording from the adoption of the plan or any reference to the previous
doesn't. No.
doesn't appear in LP2. So look at your table 4 and your proof, page
Yeah.
36.
Table 4, did you say?
Yeah, table 4, you drew up the census data. You identify the projected figure, 2026, populations, that's people, 2185. And with this appeal side, on admission, figure goes up to 2449.
Mm-hmm.
That's people, that's 264. So as a house size, increase from 830 to 947. Those figures identify, you use the phrase additional 30% at 3.24, but In practice, to 264 people, that's about 12%, isn't it? 12% increase in the population. And then the household increase is about 13%, isn't it? It's not a maths test, but you have to look at both the number of people.
Is it not from, if you take that, is it not from the adoption of the plan in 2021?
No, because LP2 does not refer anywhere to saying it's going to be proportionate in the scale of the settlement from some earlier date, does it?
Well, I think you need to look at when the plan's adopted.
No, because that text is not in there. And to be clear, interpretation of policy, you need to look at the actual words used in the text, don't you?
I am, but I'm also trying to interpret it from a DM perspective in terms of how I would look at it, and I'd look at when the plan was adopted. I know it doesn't say that, but that has significance to this.
Yeah, just be clear about, is it your serious position, the development management team, that you just add in words that aren't even in the text?
I'm not adding in words. I'm trying
it's
to.
not there. Is it?
Please do let him answer. You keep clipping him. Just let him answer the question, please.
I'm trying to indicate the change that has been since 2021. I understand that including the census figures from 2001, 2011 may not be relevant, but it does show there in table 4 that the population of Warton's been stable, relatively stable from 2001 to 2021, and from 21 to 26, and then with the appeal side, there is a significant increase in growth in the size of the settlement.
Okay, one last go, please. LP2, text at LP2. We're both agreed it is LP2's text that has to be applied, not some other wording. LP2 says proportionate scale to the relevant settlement. Okay, and that expressly says that the scale of the relevant settlement has to be applied right now.
Yeah,
If they disagree, I'll make some submissions on the actions.
Yeah.
Capacity. Your proof of evidence, page 36. So I've got gone from 2 hours at this point. And perhaps if I can conclude on these interpretation points, last topic, if I can break it down. Your proof of evidence, please, page 36, 325.
yes.
You say as a consequence of further development, even on the scale now proposed, the action will go beyond the capacity of local services and facilities and cause harm to the settlement. And you've used this phrase, it goes beyond the capacity of local services and facilities several times. You haven't specified a single local service or facility exceed its capacity if this development is not permission.
I think what I was trying to establish there, if you look at the evidence of the settlement sustainability of the villages and what's happened over a period of time, it's lost facilities and services. The allocations that were provided through the local plan were hoped would ensure that those were maintained, because actually they are poor. The existing facilities within the village are poor. It's been indicated there's been a loss of a public house, the Fox and Dogs, and by one resident, though it was pre the adopted plan.
Mr. Coulson, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a clear, the question was, you have not identified a single facility or local service which will exceed its capacity if this development is granted permission. It's a really simple question. I have not been unfair to this, but I am trying to steer a pretty simple answer to a simple question.
Probably a yes or no is a good starting point, and then if you need to explain your reasons, then by all means.
I'll answer the question again.
Yeah.
So I hope you're not feeling like being.
No.
Well,
I
okay.
understand.
Okay, so I don't want to discuss this. Some financial rupture. What I'm trying to do is also establish a bit of momentum.
Yeah.
Okay. As a consequence, further up, you say that the current will go beyond the capacity of service facilities. You do not specify a single local service or facility that will exceed its capacity if this development is granted. Do you?
No, I don't. No.
Education capacity is not going to be exceeded as a result of this development, is it?
Primary education isn't, no, and the secondary education is provided off-site in Polesland.
So not going to be exceeded. Recreation, open space for recreation, contributions made, not going to be exceeded as a result of this development, is it?
No, it's not. No.
Shop, pub, and the clubs, the shop, the post office, they're not going to suffer as a consequence of this development, are they? Because they're going to get more customers.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That's a positive factor for the community. Now, the pub, equally, more customers, or great. So, not going to be exceeding its capacity. The bus services, providing contributions to increase the bus service, they're not exceeding either.
No.
So, your statement, sorry.
Yeah. The only thing I would say from listening to residents as well, is the capacity of the bus service to the secondary school, whether that is sufficient to provide the transport to that secondary school. It was something that was mentioned.
Mr. Constable, we're starting to go over the round table session. This is the first time I think we've obviously given evidence with respect to access,
True.
bus service and so forth. Let's just be clear about this. There is currently secondary school bus provision. There is no evidence that you provided that's going to be withdrawn.
It wasn't about being withdrawn, it was about the capacity of the service, but no, I can't.
There's no
provide
evidence
on that.
No evidence. That it's going to be exceeded. So your statement, capacity of local service will be exceeded as a result of this development. That's simply wrong, isn't it, Mr. Collins?
Yeah, it isn't correct.
So I've got no. I think that's a good time to pause.
Yeah.
For as long as it seems break to you. Because I'm going, I think it's 2.5 hours of the original estimate. It will be certainly longer than that. We'll certainly finish today.
Yeah, that's fine.
So with good progress and a bit of cooperation, I think it's Collins and I will finish in good time.
Well, I think as long as we finish today, that's the yardstick. Yeah.
Actually, so sometimes obviously questions can expand.
Yeah.
Make good progress.
Okay. All right. Shall we break for 15? Just slightly over 15 minutes then, and we'll resume at 3:05. Thank you.
Collins
Okay, so inquiries resume. Mr. Corbett, that show.
Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon again, Mr. Carlson.
No.
Could you go please to C417, which is the Settlement Sustainability Assessment 2025.
Yes.
No, page 1 of that. This was presented to members in, I think, November of this year. And it's an update to the earlier 2018-23 documents, isn't it?
It is. It sort of reassesses some of the scoring.
It does. We'll come to the details.
Yeah.
There's a sort of quick fire, if I may. There's no trick questions here. It uses throughout, except for that scoring update, in the early phases, very similar text to the early 2018, 2023. You can see, for example, you go to page 6, the wheel of sustainability.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And the key differences there in terms of the 2025 as against the early documents is the scoring you referred to and how certain services are scored.
Yes.
Now, if you go please to paragraph 3.2, page 6, it explains that the hierarchy set in out of an earlier plan, the 2006 plan,
Yes.
was based on value judgments. And it says that they're perceived simply following rudimentary assessment of size and functionality. It then says the settlement hierarchy, which continues to be a fundamentally sound in which to approach the achievement of simple, it's considered appropriate to take the same approach forward. So value judgments were used to identify settlements then. And if I understand correctly, section 4, the nature of the SSA is essentially it's a counting exercise, isn't it? You take the settlement, identify what the services are, and you attribute a score to those.
Yeah, and obviously some facilities have larger scores than others.
Yeah. It doesn't look at the individual quality of the services. It doesn't look at, for instance, respect to the given pub, dock. Doesn't look at the quality of an individual service. It just says, here's the score we've chosen, doesn't it? They all get the same number. Shop is the same number.
What about sort of industrial estates and things? It looks like
Yeah, but not really, if I say so, like really looking at industrial estates in this case.
No.
Okay. It does not look at whether services are within a particular distance of the site. That's it.
Well, it seems to, if there's lots more shops, it's as well. There is a different scoring to that. So if there's one shop, it's only 3, whereas it's 2 to 10, it's 5, and then goes up from there.
Indeed. So it's just simply looking at the number. It's got a score, attributes that.
Understand.
If I
Quantitatively, yes.
no discredit to the person who drew it up, but it is also a counting exercise, isn't it? Rather than actually looking at the policy or indeed the location beyond whether it's in settlements. Now, 4.4, page 7 in the PDF version, says that the scores were updated for 2025 with some new facilities added. And it inverts there, for example, previously a primary school scored exactly the same as an individual shop. So if I can summarise, essentially certain services have had their scores increased, for example, primary schools.
Yeah.
And if we go to 4.9 as well over the page, there's a recognition that the scoring system seeks to reflect the importance of the role that sustainable transport plays in determining access to services. So what that is in respect of, for example, a bus service, if there is a bus service, the frequency, then that again is to increase its scores. So if we look over the page, electronic version, page 9, table 1, some of the key changes in scoring in this exercise, you have a bus route frequent. It used to be 2 points, it's gone up to 5. A convenience store, that's 5, and a post office up from 3 to 5. and also in respect notably of a primary school, 2 previously to 10.
Yes.
And so that what it's trying to do, it's gone a little bit further than the 2023 exercises in identifying what certain they are present in settlements that have a higher value. And on each of those scores, if we go please to the Warton scoring.
You've got the page number, have you?
I mean, actually, I don't think there's much dispute about this, basically, but the bus route frequent, that you recall, that is, we talked about that, Mr. Parker. This is a settlement with a bus route that's frequent.
It did say hourly, didn't it?
Well, it's been scored as 5, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The ranking seems to say hourly for 5, but
Okay, but it's been given 5.
Yeah,
I
and
can
it's-
turn up the page, but
yeah.
convenience store and post office, again, both of those elements, present in Warton, and the primary schools. And what that leads to, if you then look at it across all the settlements, page 10, is that Warton scores 41 points overall.
Yes. Okay.
Polesworth, 177. And specifically then, so Warton within the what's now the ranking 3 category, page 12, is now the 3rd most sustainable category 3 settlement.
Which page is that?
Page 12 was full conclusions. It doesn't have a table number, but it's between 5.6 and 8. So Hurley, Kirkworth, and 41. So it's the 3rd most sustainable settlement.
Yeah. So I did express the issue about another category, isn't it? It's missing from here, which is adjacent to existing urban areas. This isn't other adjacent boroughs, be it Tamworth or Nuneaton, Chapel End. That isn't within there. Those are obviously sustainable settlements as well.
Yes. Right, but a decision's been taken carrying out this new SSN exercise.
It's just concentrating on the settlements that are in North Warwickshire.
Indeed. And we're both agreed on that. I appreciate that this has only been provided in November of this year.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the latest settlement assembly grade assessment.
Yeah.
And it's not the case, is it, that one needs to spend lots of time looking at 2018 and 2023, because those plainly predate the most up-to-date settlements.
It helps in some ways to assess how the settlement and facilities are doing, I would say. This is obviously the most up-to-date evidence, and therefore, but it is also out for consultation as well. And we have had some comments back from people about the information that's in here, in queries about them. But yeah, I think it's the most up to date.
And it's not your submission that this is flawed in respect of Warton.
No.
Exercise needs to okay. Okay. Could you go please to your approved page 31?
Yes.
Paragraph 310. You make an observation in light of what was the USSA. Previously, you talk about various updates historically before then, but 310, you say it's necessary to attribute higher values to some of the elements which make up a settlement than others. And then, sorry, 311, 4 lines down. It's clear that smaller villages such as Warton and on larger villages and towns for services, especially tertiary services like higher education, financial services, employment hubs, or large supermarkets. That's true enough. A vast number of places in the UK do not have any of those tertiary services, do they? Let's start with higher education. There are only a certain number of universities, further education colleges across the country.
It's more sixth forms and elements like that, yes. But
But it is not a prerequisite for sustainability of a village that it must have a sixth form, is it?
not a village, no.
It's not in respect of banks and financial services. It's extremely well documented that there have been many branch closures in respect of banks and building societies across the country. People, of course, carry out their banking online. It's not a prerequisite for sustainability of an individual sector that it has a physical branch or a bank, is it?
It's not a prerequisite, but obviously what we've looked at here is what facilities it has. So, but no, it doesn't need to have it as part of any policy within the local plan. It doesn't say
No, indeed.
you need a bank.
So it's very possible, you could say, well, it's dependent upon larger settlements for higher education, financial services, so forth. But again, it doesn't mean simply you don't provide development at all within settlements that don't have any of those components.
No.
Now, we've addressed points about retail, employment, working from home, and so forth, in the round table sessions to Parker. So I'm not going to go back about. What I do want to have a look at, though, is policy, MPPF, 110 in particular. Could you look at your proof, page 29, paragraph 3.5, please?
Three 29.
Yeah, sorry, page 29.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, look at the hard copy. Up 3.5. And you say that any development should be commensurate in scale, I think it's the service provision settlement. It is these factors, key factors in consideration, that these such factors as these that inherently run through the framework as a whole. Now, I note that word inherently. You don't refer there to a specific paragraph framework. In that sentence, you don't say that it is a test, the MPPF, that services should be commensurate in scale to the service provision settlement. You do have then, after a couple of sentences, referred to several paragraphs, 11D, 110, 115, 129, 135, and 139.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I just want to understand how this works, if I understand your argument correctly. You're saying you should accord weight to LP2 because it's consistent with its policies. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. In terms of the sustainability of the settlement and focusing development on locations which are sustainable.
Okay, but can we agree that if that is the test in MPPF, so if the MPPF is part of the analysis, one has to begin by assessing whether the particular development accords with the national planning policy paragraph.
What I was doing here is trying to establish the weight that can be attributed to LP2 and whether there's a conflict. I've looked at it a different way rather than the development. I've looked at the trying to indicate to the inspector that although the plan is out of date, that actually policy LP2 still holds considerable weight because it still accords with these paragraphs of the MPPF.
We have a submission, we've made it clear that we say LP2 is, we accept it as out of date, and we say you should reduce the weight to it for separate reasons in respect to LPPF 61, double investing, and so forth. But can we agree, it's really important in this exercise to look at whether the development itself accords with those MPPF paragraphs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not some exercise where you simply
No.
well, generally other schemes might be say, I just want to look specifically. Done a bit of this already, respect to 110 and 115. I want to go exhaustive, but please could you take up the MPPF?
Yeah.
110.
Yeah, got that.
And I'll ask this simply: if the inspector concludes that this appeal scheme offers a genuine choice of transport modes, then it would accord with MPP of 110, wouldn't it?
I think the test there is whether it's made sustainable, isn't it?
Yeah, read the whole sentence. Significant benefits focus on locations which are or can be made sustainable through ... limiting these travel, but also offering a genuine choice of transport modes. So if this development offers a genuine choice of transport modes, it can comply with 110, wouldn't it?
It would do if that's the conclusion that's reached.
Yeah.
But the bar there is whether it's sustainable, isn't it?
No, it says should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limited travel or offering a genuine choice of transport modes. So that second element, through offering a genuine choice of transport modes, that is what makes the site sustainable, isn't it?
And it's explicitly what is the sustainability in transport terms of that. Is it the bar is about making it sustainable? I think the disagreement we have is what's offered is, does that make it sustainable?
Well, one last go at this, please. Page 79 in the MPPF. You've got a hard copy version of the MPPF.
I've got an hard copy.
Okay, look, it's page 79, the hard copy. It does match up in the PDF. So sustainable transport modes are expressly defined, aren't they, in the MPPF? Any efficient, safe, and accessible to transport, walking and cycling, ultra low and zero emission vehicles, car sharing, and public transport.
Yeah.
So if the inspector concludes this offers a genuine choice of transport modes, walking and cycling, bus, public transport, supplemented by ultra low and zero emission vehicles as applicable, that would amount to sustainable transport modes tested pass.
Yeah, obviously that's the conclusion that we come to.
I wish we different.
Yeah.
What I'm just dealing with now is called the planning evidence. It's a
Yeah.
fine detail point of interpretation. Now, 115, the MPPF, over the page. If the inspector concludes that 110 is passed because of a genuine choice of transport modes, then for the purpose of 150A, sustainable transport modes, which we've just looked at, they will be prioritised, taking account of the vision for the site, type of development, location. Pass 110, pass 150 as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, you have cited, in addition to 110 and 115, 129, 135, and 139. And I just want to understand what you're actually saying the way to attribute those is upon consistency. You go back piece to 129 for the next chapter. 2 chapters actually long. It's the chapter of making effective use of land. 129, page 37 in our copy. It's a section entitled Achieving Appropriate Densities. This policy is about efficient use of land. It's not about settlement sustainability.
If you look at part E on this, it's about well-designed, attractive and healthy places, and this is to do with sort of linkages to the, if it really was a sort of vision-led development, and this is the...
Can I stop you? I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I'm asking now about LP2.
I know you are. I know.
And its consistency. Remember, LP2 is a settlement strategy, it's the settlement arm.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some different submissions about where, what you're trying to say about the quality of this. let's just be clear about this. In terms of directed development to particular settlements, 129 is not about spatial strategies or settlement hierarchies. It's actually about efficient use of land density, isn't it?
It is under the heading, yes.
So what? But yeah, and 129 has nothing to do with settlement hierarchies.
Well, it's human densities, and some of that seems to be related to the layout of it, I would say, in part E. And that comes down to infrastructure and facilities. LP2 talks about the facilities of the existing settlement. And the concern here is that the development won't or doesn't take up or explore the integration with the facilities that are on there, and that is roads, footpaths, and linkages.
LP2 again, just
Yeah.
please have LP2 in mind. The settlement hierarchy, where development should go to different settlements. 129 not refer, does it, to settlement hierarchy directed development to particular locations at that macro level. Just says efficient use of land, taking into account a whole series of subsequent conditions, but no reference there to spatial structure.
Right.
At 135 in the design chapter, again, 135 is a design policy. There's one reference to transport networks, which is E, optimize potential design to accommodate a state, an appropriate mix of development and support local facilities and transport networks. That's all we have there. But again, no reference to spatial strategy, settlement hierarchy, anything like that.
No, but again, it sort of relates to the function of the facilities in the village and how it functions in the area. It doesn't say about shops and services, etc. It doesn't say about the settlement hierarchy.
139, the overarching design policy, that doesn't refer, or equally doesn't refer to spatial strategy, settlement hierarchy.
It's a similar view to what I've expressed for the others.
Now, if I said your position on consistency, the main policies that one needs to assess consistency against, that weight to call it LP2 in a given case is 110 and 115. You agree?
I think you'd also look at paragraph 83 of the framework in terms of rural housing, which indicates to promote sustainable development in rural areas, housing should be located where it will enhance or maintain the vitality of rural communities.
Yes, it's very interesting that, isn't it? We've established that this development, by bringing new customers, new people, the settlement will bring village, and therefore it will enhance the vitality of this community, won't it?
That is your view on it. Obviously, it says about trying to promote sustainable development. We don't believe that it is sustainable.
Well, we've got difference of view.
Yeah.
Established 210, 115, but if the inspector concludes this appeal scheme applies with 110 and 115, then all that remains with respect to 83 is question of enhancing the community. We pass that and support 83 on.
If you pass the test of 83, 110, 115, yeah.
No. Now, of course, I've emphasised earlier on, we say actually that the key question of consistency is against 61 and actually delivering those that are needed. But again, I just want to confirm and say, to the extent that you add in 129 and 135 and 139, these other policies, your focus is on 110 and 150. So if we look at 11D2, and footnote 9.
Yeah.
When 11D2 refers to key policies for directing development to sustainable locations, the key policies referred to within paragraph 9, the 110 and 115. That's what's really referred to.
Yes, yeah.
To the extent there's reference to providing affordable homes, separate paragraph, making effective use of land, it's no doubt to 129, secure well-designed places to design. But with respect to direction development sustainable locations, if we pass 110 and 150, then we're in accordance with those key policies for direction development sustainable locations. Correct?
Yes, yeah.
And therefore, in all circumstances, supported by 11D2 in that respect. Now, affordable housing location sustainability. Probably quite, I don't necessarily need to approve this. You said, if like your proof, page 35, 320. You said some weight needs to be given to the argument that affordable housing should only be located in settlements which have ready access to local services and facilities. Some weight.
Sorry, where are we?
Your page 35, paragraph 320.
320, yeah. Sorry. Yep.
Now, your tentative argument says some weight because there's no development plan support for the proposition that affordable housing should not come forward in villages such as Warton.
No, obviously it talks about all development, doesn't it?
Exactly. The
Yeah.
formal position of this plan is that every single site should provide affordable housing, irrespective at the given percentages, irrespective whether it's category 3, 4, or indeed any others. And when we look at decisions made previously in, for example, let's take out City Temple and 2, adjacent site. 10.2 land South Recreation Road, Recreation Grounds. And go please within that to page 9. Principal development.
Yes.
Last 2 paragraphs, having set out that there's a bus service between town and Lathston. Shop.
Work there with you. Oh,
Okay, on page 9 of CD 10 point. It's 5 is the not at the bottom. You're on page 9 of CD 10.2.
I'm on 10.2 on Highway Authority. Is that the
Highway infrastructure.
yes?
Okay.
Yeah.
So above B, last 3 lines, paragraphs, sorry. Bus service, shop and post office, Warton, primary school on Maple Road, pedestrian linkages to service in the village. Based on the above, it's considered the site proposes in a sustainable location. So this development, with its contribution to affordable housing, not found to be a place where you shouldn't put affordable homes. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes.
Right next door to our site. There's no requirement, therefore they weren't applying that principle, that permission should not be granted because the affordable homes are in the wrong place.
Not in principle, no.
No. And so in the light of that,
It does say about other things there, doesn't it? It talks about the. Are we talking about settlement hierarchy here? Or are we actually talking about here? It talks about linkages and things, and that's the argument with affordable housing relates to the cohesive nature of the development that's proposed, and it being out on a limb.
well, we'll come on to, under our assessment of, again, life of the Grand Century, we'll come on to briefly that point about access for the rich school right to the centre. If this is expected to conclude, just as the thought concluded here, that Warton is a sustainable location, bearing in mind the shop, the post office, and the bus services. The same principles follow. This is not an unsustainable location for affordable housing, is it?
Not fundamentally, no.
No. Various appeal decisions relied upon. This the Fox and Dogs, 2nd of April 2020, and Curlew Close, 30th of June 2023. For reasons of time, I think I'm just going to if I may ask about some questions, which are true, all of them. Both of those are written appeals. Aren't they? Oh, sorry, Wolfric Avenue is the third as well.
Yeah,
All of those written.
there were all written reps. Looking through the Curlew Close one, there was a transport assessment included with it, which included a position of buses, etc.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? Let's go, please, to Curlew Close, page 9. So
Are we
paragraph
looking at
9,
the appeal decision?
6.5.1.
Yeah, got that.
Although there's a bus service nearby, I have not been provided the timetable, so cannot be certain that the routes and targets are provided. So whatever that inspector provided, it didn't accurately record what was before. It did your case that there was always information in respect of bus movements. So your submission inspector was aware of the bus services and it's incorrectly recorded.
No, it isn't. They, from the information that I'd looked at, included the transport assessment, included the position of the bus stops in proximity to the site. It didn't go into the routings or timings of that.
And this appeal, as we've established through the roundtable session, detailed information with respect to bus timetables. Yes.
Yeah.
Increase to the bus services at either end of the day. Yes. Analysis of the journey times.
Of the day. It's at one end of the day.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
Increases to the bus services. Go back and Sparkers. I'm not going to go back.
No. Distance
in places.
services, yes.
Times are provided. Assessment of multimodal transport provided. The journey times to Birmingham, Tamworth, and so forth. Totally different from what's described at paragraph 9, where the inspector says, I haven't even provided with a bus timetable. Totally different amount of evidence provided in this case.
It's certainly a different view, but he also looked at the range of facilities that were there, and looked at the village in paragraph 8 of that and said the village doesn't offer the services and facilities. Actually, people will need to use their cars.
Okay, but this inspector reached that view en route to conclusion. Aspects of easy access to shop service and job opportunities heavily reliant upon these. This appeal not offering increases to the bus services, in that case, and not offering a pedestrian and cycle contribution all the way to Polesville, not providing that scheme.
No, agreed.
No, so totally different from what's been provided in this case. Yeah. So let me go back to principle.
However, the quantum of development is more. To be honest.
I understand you're trying to say that. Well, it's a smaller amount of development and this is bigger. But I just want to look at some points of principle here. I say I'm not making. I appreciate written representations, appeals. Appreciate the inspector obviously making assessment, but different types of evidence not brought forward. You're obviously a qualified transport consultant, Mr. Parker's authority, but also some other issues, all predating the NPPF from 2023. Mark made these decisions. Fox and Dogs, Curly Place, all pre the content.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All predating this authority's acceptance that it doesn't have a 5-year supply.
Yeah. Agreed.
And indeed, predating not just we don't have a 5-year supply, but it's dropped on your figures to less than half of what's needed, on our figures less than a fifth. So not just a shortfall, but a massive shortfall. And therefore, all undertaken on the basis of different balance, planning balance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be.
Okay. Is there not assessment basis until the balance being engaged? In respect of Wolfric Avenue, in respect of Ostry, just simple couple of points here. Ostry's got a smaller population, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
I mean, our census figures are, and I can confirm to Mr. Cox, but around 1140, just over 1,000.
Right.
The inspector referred at paragraph 9 to only a few hundred dwellings, so that's obviously smaller than the 830 that Warton will add with the consented schemes. Yep. And Austria also, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, I'm really sorry if I'm right, but it's also further away from Polesworth, isn't it? It's outside the 2 kilometre walking distance.
It's certainly further away from Polesworth. I'd say in terms of proximity to Tamworth, it's about equivalent in terms of distances.
But nothing in the Austria case, not providing again a pedestrian cycle route to Polesworth itself.
No.
Now you referred to some other appeals. We put some other appeals in. They go back to 2019, but you haven't named them in your proof. And you accept that the further one goes back with respect to this appeal decision, the less relevance they have, because those inspectors not only not applying the current NPPF 2024, but going back quite some way, basically to earlier iterations, indeed before even this local plan was adopted.
Yeah, the other one is the Fox and Dogs, which concludes similar sort of, again, it was written reps as the Curlew Close one was, but that comes to similar conclusions. But again, that predates the NPPF 5-year supply position.
Indeed, and 4 years ago, so actually further back. Some questions on policy and the landscape character appearance concepts. LP14, please. Could you go, please, to page 46?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to trespass on the specifics covered in the round table session. It's not too far, but just looking at the text of LP14. LP14 does not say that you should protect landscapes within this borough, does it?
It doesn't. It says conserve, enhance, and where appropriate, restore.
Indeed.
Those are the 3 elements to it.
Okay, so the sense after that, the specific landscape, geodiversity, wildlife, and historic which will contribute to local capture will be protected and enhanced as appropriate. So that's what protected is. But the general test is to conserve, enhance, and where appropriate, restore landscape. Now, is it your position that every development which causes any landscape harm, no matter how minor, will automatically conflict with the wording of LP14?
I think when you're certainly assessing an application, you need to look at the impact on the landscape. And yes, there are elements about conservation enhancement or promotion, restoration of the landscape. I wouldn't say that it would prejudice or be fundamental. Certainly, how it's being interpreted at appeals is the inspectors have looked at the overall visual aspect of the development as well as the wider landscape harms as well.
I'm second. Can I just roll you back? I'm interested because you're in the development management team. You head up development management team.
Yes.
Is it your position currently when you're looking at applications, all applications, if a scheme gives rise to limited harm in respect to the landscape, that you always find it conflicts with LP40 because of the work concern? Is that how you really do it in this authority?
I wouldn't say it's in the balance. And I think you need to look at the whole of the development altogether and the positives and the harms. So it could be that something has some landscape harm, but that goes into the balance because it does depend on what the benefits of the scheme are overall. That's how the judgment would be. If it came, certainly wouldn't refuse an application if it just led to limited harm in terms of landscape.
Okay, I'm interested in conflict with LP14 because it was put, I think, by Mr. Garvey, my other friends, respectively, that conservatives essentially do no harm. And as I understand it, your actual practice, because barristers can come along and they can supplement, but what I'm interested in what you actually do on a daily basis. Is it your position that schemes which give rise to lower always conflict with paragraph as LP14?
Well, that is the case sometimes, and that is
not sometimes. Is it always the case that you say, well, there's some harm, and therefore it's not conserving?
I put that there's some harm, but it depends on the other side as well.
Because the actual way you do it, actually, as I understand it from the answer, is that if you find that there is a limited level of harm in landscape terms, notwithstanding the word conserves, you still are able, in those cases where you conclude over limited harm, to conclude that it accords with LP40, not as a conflict.
Not that it accords with it, because it depends on I'm talking about the balance overall. It could still be in conflict with LP40. And then,
but I just understand, is it you always find conflict with LP40 when there is some harm in it?
It's difficult to say without knowing the scheme, but if there is a residential, certainly chalets in open countryside, recent one, and visible impacts on the landscape, there would be conflict there, and we would.
I hope the question isn't too confusing, but if you understand, one last go at this. As I understand it, there are cases where you have found that there is some harm to the landscape, but notwithstanding that, you're able to find that it accords with LP40 because you need to carry the balance, don't you?
Yeah, that isn't. The balance wouldn't be whether it accords with it, because it actually be contrary to it. And it's actually when you're doing the planning balance at the end that.
Okay, but let me try this. Okay, this is not a national landscape, is it?
No, it's not.
Don't have AMP. It's not a national park.
No.
No. So none of those statutory tests about conserving and enhancing those statutorily protected landscapes apply in this case, or indeed I think across this borough.
Mm-hmm.
No.
But there can sometimes be conflict. You're trying to say if there isn't conflict, you'd say, or if there's limited conflict, you'd say it's but it accords with LP14. That isn't the case. We would.
You know, limited harm. If there's limited harm, it can still accord with LP14.
I can't think of a case where that would happen. The majority has an impact, and we would.
Notwithstanding this discussion as to how whether one conflicts or cause the policy, the inspector needs to have regard to the extent of harm which will actually arise.
Yes. Yeah.
So there may be a conflict with LP14. If the harm is at the lower end, then accordingly, limited weight, low levels of weight apply to that harm. That's right, isn't it?
Okay.
But you say, okay, you agree with that. Limited harm or limited harm.
I understand what you're.
And you agree with it, don't you? Limited harm, limited weight.
Depending on, I mean, what we're talking about here is 110 dwellings.
We have
Yeah.
We have a disagreement as to what the extent of the harm is. The inspector would conclude, contrary to your position.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I'll come on to what the position actually is. Of course, the inspector would conclude that the harm is lower than described and less weight.
Yeah, I agree.
Notwithstanding any conflicts with the point of LP14. And to be clear, MPPF 187B, we don't need to take text of this, but there is a clear discussion protecting value landscapes, not this case, and recognising the interests of chemistry and interests. So the scale of the harm was accepted in the officer's report. If I can take this relatively quickly, that it was limited harm in landscape character terms and relatively localised in visual terms. You recall that, don't you, Mr. Collins?
This is the officer's report to the board, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's 3.1, page 12, 813. In terms of overall effects on landscape character, overall effects on landscape character, harms to skin will be limited.
812, was it?
Yeah, at 813.
813. Yeah, in terms of the wider landscaping, this is something that we'll see from the site visit.
Let me go. I mean, I don't think you actually take a different view, as I was saying. But page 13, 817, so page 41, 4.6.
Yeah.
You expressly say, wide landscape, locally extended impact, not affecting the overall local character of the area. And as we've established, you don't have the qualifications to interrogate Mr. Bullock's conclusions, do you?
Not as a landscape expert, but I have years of experience as a development control and management officer that looks at schemes, large schemes. So, although I may not have the landscape expertise, I've tried to indicate our position in terms of the landscape impact.
Okay, it's agreed that the harm is highly localised in landscape terms. You use that phrase a number of times, haven't you?
It's localised, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Mr. Bullock obviously identified through his evidence lower levels of harm, minor adverse respect to the wider landscape, moderate minor adverse, year 15 design itself. So Mr. Bullock has not identified harm at the higher levels, has he?
No, not on the wider landscapes.
So if the inspector, I appreciate what we're trying to say in respect of your expertise as an officer, but you haven't applied any landscape standards or interrogated his work. So if the inspector would conclude that Mr. Bullock's conclusions are more accurate and consistent with how landscape is looked at generally, in other words, the harms are lower, then equally, the overall weight typical of that component must drop below what you're trying to say it is.
Yeah.
And that applies both to landscape and visual effects.
Yes.
Now, you've referred to some other appeal decisions on the landscape topic, Curly Place and Newton Regis, but every appeal concerning character and appearance matters, it must be examined on its own facts, mustn't it?
Yes, of course it must.
And that's because every side is different. So the proposals are different, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Different in respect to landscaping, the centre screening, so forth. And so, although you say, brief, take it to the, you say additional weight should apply to those decisions. It's your page 43, 414. Additional weight should be applied to those decisions because the appeal scheme is larger. That isn't actually logical, is it? What those schemes are, they are different schemes which are assessed on their own merits. And what this inspector needs to do is look at the merits of this scheme.
Yes. Yeah. And the harms, if there are, associated with it.
Indeed. And so, but just putting in another appeal decision which was refused on landscape grounds, separate issues, spoke to those schemes, and therefore actually if it's a different site, limited, if any, attributed to these on landscape. There's simply not this site, not this proposal. It's not additional weight because this is large.
No.
Private views. Through the statement on ground process, you're referring to the views of residents into this site. You agree, don't you? There's no right to a private view.
Across the land. Across the land in question where there is no public access. No. No.
It's got nothing to do with public access. There's no right to a view, is there?
No.
Indeed. And so it's not appropriate for you as an officer to suggest that because of a private view being interrupted, that additional weight attaches to that because it's from someone's residence.
No, it's the visual immediate, the visual impact of it. It's important.
Yeah. Okay, so we look at visual impact, pedestrian receptors, vehicular receptors, arcing sites, all fine. Respects of residents at home don't afford higher levels of weight than they are residents living out of scheme do.
No, it's visual.
Okay.
Visual harm from those receptors.
Really clear about this. No right to review, and accordingly, to the extent you're saying the problem here is residents living at the site, you're acting contrary to that well-established principle. No right to review, therefore, one doesn't upgrade the weight
No.
to the harms residents. You're not doing that, are you?
No, that's a, yeah. No.
Spatial integration. We looked at the distances in the access roundtable session, established the connection to the village via Church Road. Those distances, you don't, and the connection across the recreation grounds. Talks about the routes that residents will take. Now, you talk about social cohesion, but the question of social cohesion is settled. That depends, doesn't it, on whether a resident are development walking to where the centre of this settlement takes place, the shop, post office, primary school. If a resident from Arnhem to those central services, then they can engage in social cohesion with other residents across the village in those central locations, can't they?
It's part of it in terms of safe, inclusive, accessible design, and walking is part of that, and ensuring that it's a high standard of quality.
Indeed, that's where the most social cohesion is taking place. Walks up that road to the pub, the office, and the shop, and the primary school, community hall. That's the heart of the village, and that's where most social cohesion can take place, isn't it?
Within the heart of the village, yes.
Yeah. There's no specific reason for the residents of this development to walk across to Red Mile Way, is there?
As I indicated yesterday, it may not just be about going to facilities, it may be about actually walking around the area onto footpaths, because there's a recreational element to how we live, isn't it, as people, because we work, obviously, so there's that aspect, but how we use our leisure facilities as well, so there's those elements that are important as a village. So there's the cohesion element there about linking into the rest of the village. I would say, from a cohesion point of view, there is concern that this doesn't do that, it actually leads to, unfortunately, by location of where it is on the outer extent of the village and the links that are proposed, it's not close to other properties. It's not just about meeting other people not in the development, but it's about meeting those adjacent to it too, and that level of cohesion.
Okay, you've got a general submission about where it's located in terms of the overall village, and then you made some specific comments about the absence of a footpath to Red Mile Way.
That
Okay.
and yeah, and
This
made
is two separate issues.
and made submissions about Warton Road as well and linking through there.
Okay, well, it expands a bit, but let me just be clear about this. If they wish to recreate the open space between these two developments, they can walk some very short distance where the open space is going to marry up between the existing Red Mile Way boundary and our space. No impeding of recreation in terms of walking across that area is there for the absence of footpath.
No, but I sort of we're going back to stuff from yesterday in terms of vision-led, sort of multimodal improvements. If it was vision-led, and Warwickshire Highways picked this up as well, there should be those linkages in. There should be that integration and cohesion with the existing development, like it already exists throughout the majority of developments in Warton.
Well, let's be clear.
The witness indicated it feels to me like we're trespassing over issues that have been dealt with in round tables, which the issue that presents to me is, and obviously this witness gave their evidence in the round table, but if the appellant therefore has an opportunity to cross-examine on these issues, but if I imagine that if I try and cross-examine Mr. Cox on these issues, I'll be told, well, they issue from Mr. Parker. So it feels a little bit unfair that the appellant has a crack at this, and if they open that door, we kind of start to go into landscape. Now we're going into accessibility. If the appellant has that opportunity, then I need to be afforded that opportunity.
Awesome. That's fine. So I hope I'm being careful with respect to the question of the overall planning balance and the question of wage. I think I do have one final question. If everything else were acceptable, respective its sustainable location, or passing 110, 150, no other objection respects overall in respects of landscape. If the only issue was this development does not have a footpath connecting permitted footpaths on the Hannah Red Mile Way, you would not refuse permission, which
it depends on the consultation responses that we got from Highways, but it would as a statutory consultee to the application, because certainly the discussions were and their response was there should be these 4 points of access, but the bar is vision, isn't it? Vision and trying to provide the best development, and this is what this should do. And it could be that issue could be a reason for refusal on its own.
Well, I want to actually just go that, and if everything else is acceptable, you might want to add reasons for refusal. If that was the only issue made that there was a footpath between the hammerheads and permissive footpaths on the site, that would not be sufficient, so right, would be to refuse permission.
It's difficult for me to say.
Okay.
It is.
To be clear, we talked about the highways authority, but they have not requested a condition to run.
No, which is what I've stated to them, and yeah, it's an admission that they,
Well, that's the point. They haven't requested it, so they don't think it's necessary, do they?
don't believe that. I believe that they were just,
Well, they didn't ask for it, did they? No. Okay, moving on then. Agricultural lands. We've had our session on that with Mr. Kernan. We had some further references to food security. Let's just test you on this one more time. This appeal scheme is on a field, an arable field, which grows cereals for all the livestock feed and so forth. He tried food security again in Edmonton Chief. This scheme is not centralised to providing food security for the nations.
this is going to be the permanent loss of this field. We've looked at how the field currently is used by the farmer. They've got adjacent fields, which you can see from how close they are. They use them both together. So all of them together, not both, because there's multiple fields of varying sizes, and some equivalent to this sort of size as well. It is a loss of best, most versatile land. Certainly, from my thoughts about best, most versatile land, we're concentrating on what it is now, and at the back of my mind, I'm thinking, well, okay, it's been used for arable at the moment, but it may be in future years that it could be used differently, more intensively, which is the versatility of the BMV elements. So we've looked at its use as arable at the moment.
Well, hang on a second. I don't want to go back over the detailed technical evidence, but you heard Mr. Kerner's evidence.
I did.
Okay, and it's been established. It's agreed between us at the second on the ground. The loss of this site is not going to impact the overall viability of the farm activity.
No, but it has an impact on food production, doesn't it? And
well, you accept its limited ways.
yes.
Okay, we accept its limited ways, but there's limited limits. We obviously identify that it's the very lowest level of waste to be attracted to the bank balance. Again, if this was the only issue, that it was the loss that you describe as the permanent loss of this site, that's the only issue. Wouldn't refuse permission at the time of a colossal housing shortfall on the basis of the loss, permanent loss of this field, which.
Well, I'd use the if I felt that way, if that was my view, which it isn't, I'd use negligible or no weight to it if that's how I felt. I don't. So I feel it's limited weight.
So let me just explore this then. So at the time when the presumption in favour was turned applies, parties must significantly demonstrate outweigh the benefits. It's your serious proposition to this inquiry that you're going to be refusing permission.
If that was
on something, then if I can finish, please. You're going to be refusing permission on sites that lead to the loss of agricultural land and there's limited. If that's the only
issue, no.
You wouldn't grant permission.
Yeah.
Yeah. Planning balance then. Council's opening, page 3, paragraph 10. This is IQ2.
paragraph, sorry.
Paragraph 3, paragraph 10, sorry.
Yeah.
Describes in the anti-words line, the development appraisal will only make a trifling contribution towards the council's five housing law. That's not a word that you would personally use to describe the contribution of 110 dwellings, is it? Trifling.
It's not a substantial amount, no.
No, well, no. You don't think this is a trifling contribution towards the five supply, do you? That's not what you would professionally say as an officer.
Well, I've already indicated earlier the impact of the proposal on the 5-year supply to be about 0.1, so 0.1 of a year. So yeah, it doesn't have a huge impact on the overall 5-year supply position.
Okay, so are you going to be saying in future reports following this inquiry that if 110 dwellings is brought forward on another site, that's a trifling contribution to supply?
It's not.
Is that the attitude of this council?
It's not a strategic solution. I don't think the 110 dwellings here.
Can you go please to your proof of evidence, page 58, 7.2?
Yes.
You said it's significant weight rather than your top level of substantial weight for two reasons. That it's not numerically significant, so right? And it would not materially improve the area of supply.
Yeah.
And you've added in your evidence today that it's not a strategic solution.
Well, that could well be something that raises to that bar of substantial if it was something that could fundamentally shift and be a strategic solution to of a substantial site.
Okay,
The position of sort of a smaller site of 110 dwellings wouldn't, in my opinion, merit that substantial benefit.
Okay, and we've confirmed that there are no strategic sites coming forward which can address the fibre housing land supply rapidly towards the government's expectations.
Okay.
There are none. There's nothing coming forward at Atherstone and Manchester.
We've seen applications, but whether they're deliverable or not, we've already gone through submissions on that.
Yeah, indeed, respect to the actual allocations. There's no new site forward in Atherstone or Manchester. It's established because, of course, the problems of the A5 funding mean that that would be entirely theoretical. There's no other strategic sites coming forward. Okay. Now, this scheme therefore was 110. So just think about those 110 homes. We've established Pycroft figures 8 table 1.1. On the balance figures, the deliverable supply is currently only 848 dwellings.
And then Mr. Pycroft's.
Yeah, it's Mr. Pycroft's figure.
Which table was it?
Table 1.1. But the extent the figure doesn't. Tables. I think the figures can't just take. If the inspector agrees with our position on what the actual deliverable supply is, it's not only 0.82 years, but it is in pure numbers terms only 848 dwellings. 110 homes is actually a substantial measured against that very small figure.
But the actual figure we're looking for is the 5-year supply.
Yeah.
Yes, it has some impact on that, but so will other sites as well.
But is it?
But it needs to be in the right location at the end of the day.
A different question whether it's in the right location. I'm looking at the contribution to the housing shortfall. Okay, and you and I can agree, can't we, to really shortcut this? You don't add in sustainability considerations at this stage. You can do so if you wish, at that later stage of adverse effects, but we need to assess the benefits in its own right, don't we?
Yeah.
You can't point to any policy document or any appeal decision after 12th of December last year that says one should reduce the weight to housing because the shortfall is higher, below a year worth of housing. That's not what the WMS says, is it? You put less weight to it because the shortfall is higher.
My plan balance, I've tried to look at the weight you can attribute to it, and it's my view that it isn't likely to have a substantial impact on it, on that 5-year supply.
But the position's exactly the other way around, isn't it? If the appellant's figures are accepted at 0.82, or indeed even if you're at 2.2 on your council, the supply runs to thousands of dwellings. So actually, the weight, according to any but a scheme of 110 units must surely be at the highest level, substantially.
No, I don't
Consistent
agree.
with the W.
I know it comes down to the decision maker at the end of the day, but I don't agree.
So, yeah, I'm curious about this because you're going to be saying now you've accepted that you have a housing land supply shortfall as low as 2.2 years, or in terms of 1.5 figure. Is it your serious position saying if schemes of 110 units come forward to meet that yawning gap between what you have and what you need, that you're going to doggedly basically reduce the weight to only significant rather than substantial?
Now, I provide significant weight to it, as I've done here.
Affordable housing, you're 6.3, page 58. You give two reasons for reducing the weight to affordable housing. You say, first of all, it's contingent on a greater number of houses. So in fact, you're saying, well, I've got to reduce weight to it because I've got to provide some market housing at the same time, if I understand correctly. Yes?
Yes, but I give significant weight to it overall.
You do, but you also say that it's not in a sustainable location. And again, we've established in our discussion now, you don't have regard to the location of it when you consider the weight that arises from providing each affordable home, do you? That's a separate consideration.
No, but it sort of relates to the element on 5-year supply that actually, yes, there's been under provision, but and it's likely there's not going to be an RSL that's involved, but it's numerically, it's not substantial. It's not substantial in terms of the amount that's going to be provided.
Okay, a couple of short points on that. We went earlier on to Mr. Cox's evidence on the actual numbers of affordable housing that are coming forward. This proposal by 44 affordable homes, isn't it? And that in its own right, larger than each previous years across the whole borough. Yeah. So it's actually not only a substantial number, right? But it is also, think about it, each of those affordable homes are being provided to an individual who's an affordable housing need right now. And if you just really think about specifics, the improvement to that individual's life of having an affordable home, not having to be in cramped accommodation or inadequate accommodation or statutorily homeless, is it your serious position as an officer of Compton that you reduce the weight to only significant?
I don't think you can say it's only significant. I think significant is it's a high bar and weighting.
Okay, you say significant is a high bar. Right. Availability of the RSLs. This scheme doesn't have planning permission, does it? So an RSL, in exploring which sites it can take on board, doesn't have a planning permission it can look to and then say, you'll take this. Once the planning permission is granted, that's the stage, isn't it, where one can have a useful conversation with the RSL.
This is the problem, I think. Part of the problem. This application isn't going to solve that issue of RSLs, but yes, it would be. You would sell the permission and then an RSL would then get involved.
Indeed, and the quantum of 44 units is of such a level that an RSL at that stage will look seriously at this proposal and look into acquiring it.
If you want my view, I've already given my view about whether an RSL will actually look at it. I really don't think they would.
What's that actually based on? You haven't provided any other example. You've alluded to this. There's no examples happening.
This is practice as it works at the moment. I'm really sorry, but I'm trying to do my best here to show what the position is on the ground.
But you haven't documented that, have you?
No.
You haven't talked about any wider problem of RSLs refusing sites of 44 units. And we'll go on to the how the mechanism works, etc. But I'll put it to you. It's also you referred to discounted market sales as being what could happen in sites such as this. But that is part of the definition.
It is.
You don't say there's any difference in weight, bearing in mind what form of affordable housing is provided, do you?
No.
Because it wouldn't be consistent with national policy.
No.
One definition. No. Affordable housing. No, I think we addressed the point about sustainability. Economic benefits. We've said moderate wage. The government's position is that one purpose of addressing the housing crisis is to stimulate growth across the whole house building sector. You're aware of that, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
And this development will create jobs across for those working in the construction sector, won't it?
Yes.
In the borough specifically, we see lots of evidence there are some stalled sites which should have been being built out. So a person may have had a job building out one of those allocations could be brought in to work on this.
You may want to assume that. I think certainly HS2 has led to quite a significant economic benefit to the area in terms of employment, etc.
Okay. If I'm working in the construction industry, I've got a trade. So I'm a brickie, or I'm doing roofs, that kind of plumbing, that kind of thing, specifically the residential sector. I haven't got a job in one of the allocations because they've been held up by the O5. This for rapidly in some the opportunity to work on that site. Yeah, that's what their trade is. Work. So when you say, well, these are construction jobs, they can take place anywhere. It isn't. There is a time when there's a massive housing shortfall. It's real sites like this, which people do real jobs.
But the impact is short term, is it not?
Nonetheless, these contracts people take on to build out residential sites such as this, they're always, by definition, they're going to be on a contract basis or moving from site to site, aren't they? It's not consistent with the government's national policy to say you reduce the wage because they could be working on another location elsewhere, is it?
Sorry, I don't understand.
But you say, well, the economic developments the economic benefits arise from another location. In terms of the borough, at a time of a severe housing land supply shortfall, it's real sites like this which are real jobs. Is it?
Well, yes, it will give them jobs, but actually the what we're trying to assess is how much weight you should give to the economic benefits of it, and it's likely to be 2 years to develop it, and actually the impact is a residual one. It's not going to stay forever. It's limited in its extent.
Okay, so your point is the duration of the job is what limits the wage. Nonetheless, if the inspector were to take the view actually in a time when the government is promoting house building as part of an overall generation plan, the inspector would actually say to take that, you need to have regard to that objective, and that must surely increase up to moderate economic.
He may, if that's what he considers.
Okay. I can take Mr. Cox through how he's weighed that moderate. Highways benefits. You say negligible wage, notwithstanding there will be benefits to members of this community from being able to particularly walk and cycle into Polesville as a consequence of the contribution provided.
Yeah, as I was trying to indicate yesterday, it's the It's the likely impact on the actually people using that facility. Yeah.
Okay, we've established yesterday that the Highways Authority specifically names that B12 for being the pedestrian cycleway to connect Warton and Polestar.
Part of it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't provide the whole facility, just part of it from the site.
No, it's no part of your submission that we should be providing a further distance visit. No, because our scheme already 1.2 million is making an extremely generous contribution, which actually will have real world tangible benefits on a pedestrian and cycleway route separate from the existing route.
But what I tried to indicate yesterday is actually the southern element to Warton Road towards the crossroads, but yeah.
Cumulative weight, your paragraph 7.8.
Yeah.
As I understand it, what you're saying is that because there is a significant housing benefit, general housing with a shortfall, and a significant benefit to the affordable housing, but because there are some negative ones, you average out the overall score to drop it down to moderate. That's how you've done it.
I've added them all together.
But that, if I may say so, the purpose of the scheme, the identity of the scheme, is as a housing scheme. So the benefits of housing, that is at least the heart of it. That's what we need to concentrate on.
Mm-hmm.
You don't simply add in some negligible benefits and say, well, that draws you down to moderate. That's not logical, is it, Mr. Hunt?
No, but even if it was taken as sort of significant, limited, negligible, limited, I don't think it would have changed my overall reasoning.
Well, let me just revisit that. So, actually, applying your approach, bear in mind it's significant weight on your scale to the market and the affordable housing components. Actually, those elements should be called, when you look at the cumulative, so adding things up, actually the weight that should be called against development overall is significant. Positive weight, isn't it?
No, I don't agree.
So you're seriously saying, because you've got some negligible weights, you reduce what is an accepted significant benefit?
No, what I was saying is that even if it was just taking each individual one, it wouldn't change my position in relation to it.
I put it to you, what you've done there is you've added a significant weight to housing, a significant weight to affordable, and you've realised, haven't you, that that's significant weight to benefits.
No.
And what you've then tried to do is put in a moderate overall, because you realise actually that significant benefits exist there, and you deliberately downgraded it, haven't you?
I haven't,
Because
I looked at it, and as I've said, even as it is and it stands individually, that wouldn't change my conclusion.
I just don't understand the maths there. We've got a significant benefit to housing, a
And what I'm trying
significant
to
benefit
say
for
is,
housing. It doesn't show me you're working. I don't understand what you're working against.
and I have said, if it's just individual, then that is it. It does not change my overall conclusion.
Well, I'll make suspicions on how you have referred to the cumulative weight there. Now, you provided 3 harms, your 7.9. If the inspector would conclude in respect of each, it's not significant weight. For example, because LP2s we call the limited weight comes out of date, then the weight we call that falls, doesn't it? It's no longer a significant adverse effect.
It would do.
Yeah. Equally in respect of landscape character. The inspector include or limited, and accordingly the weight drops. Just
Agreed.
social cohesion inspector includes that actually this proposal does allow to actively integrate with the wider village for reasonable sport. Again, that drops, doesn't it, as an adverse effect?
Agreed.
And in respect of the principal of development, although you talked about weakening the overall hierarchy, it's not a probability to take a precedent effect. This must be assessed in its own right, doesn't it?
By precedent, you're saying if you approve this, if it's allowed, that has a knock-on effect for other sites.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're not saying it's protected the approach. So every scheme of assessment is saying that. So if the benefits, going back to our cumulative, as I understand, you say significant weight to the harms, as I understand it, valued significant, plus you're limited and reach significant weight overall to the harms. That's be your calculation when it comes to the adverse effects on it. That's what we've done, isn't it?
But as I indicated earlier, if we just take them as individuals, significant, and limited, that doesn't change the position in terms of where we are.
Now, what I find interesting is substantial is your highest levels. You have not identified any of the adverse effects in this case are just substantial but the highest level. So, if your mathematical calculation saying that moderate weight to the benefits is not accepted, if instead the expected concludes cumulatively substantial weight to the housing, substantial weight to the affordable housing, plus the other benefits, then significant adverse effects won't significantly demonstrably outweigh that, will?
No.
But equally, if it's only significant weight, housing, market housing, affordable housing, and those additional ones, significant weight to the adverse effects will not significantly demonstrably outweigh.
Say again, sorry.
Your significant, even if the inspector accepts significant weight to your adverse effects, if it's contrary to your cumulative weight, significant weight to the benefits overall, because it's significant weight to the housing and the affordable housing, got significant on both sides.
There's a cumulative.
Yeah. And
then,
the significant weight to the adverse effects would not significantly demonstrate outweigh.
No.
So the simple adjustment from moderate weight, your cumulative scoring from benefits, up to bracket on your approach, significant weight to the overall benefits, would mean that the presumption in this case ultimately would still lie in favour of granting permission, wouldn't it?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry. Is that even if
you change a single word from moderate cumulative weight to the benefits,
right,
okay, to significant, then your significant weight to all those adverse effects will not significantly demonstrate that way.
No, it wouldn't. I thought we'd just agreed that.
Yeah, absolutely. So permission should be granted.
Yeah.
17.
If that's what's agreed, if that's what the inspector concludes.
No further questions. Thank you very much for your post, Mr. Collison.
Just one question from me, Mr. Collison, before I invite Mr. Garvey to ask him questions. The local plan allocations, H27 and H60, I think it's page 35 of your through. Just in terms of that, the council obviously made a conscious decision that the village was suitable for that level of housing. Is that a correct, fair assumption?
That's correct. The sites were we considered at that stage. I mean, this is something that I sort of we discussed when it came to the best, most versatile land element. When these sites were coming forward, there were discussions. I believe it was before my time at this authority. But sorry, what was your question again?
Yeah, I mean the council, I think they're local plan allocations, aren't they? The
One
council,
came through the emerging and one of them, the cornfields one came through at the time of, because it was struck out by the inspector, wasn't it, in the modifications, that allocation. So it struck out as in the letter, the wording for that allocation was struck out because it had come, planning permission had been granted.
right? Okay, but the council has resolved to support H 16 and H 27.
Yes.
So presumably the council decided those were appropriate for the village. Is that, yeah. So my question is, did the council consciously consider that the level of services would be therefore appropriate?
I think they considered that this is LP2, the way it's written is, and the sustainability assessment that went with it was actually the area was losing the facility, some of the facilities, some of the shops, and therefore it needed some growth to then allow the shop and the pub
I see. I'm with you.
to have a chance at survival.
Right. Okay. So it was a reaction to the threats of losing facilities.
Reaction to that, and also the spread of development, because the council needed to consider where development could go. And as certainly development was directed to category 3 developments and some to category 4. So in this instance, some came to Warton as well.
Okay, so there's two elements. One is it helped support the local services which were being threatened.
Yeah.
The second element was council had to find some housing land and just used those sites to do that.
Yeah, it did discount because the agricultural land that was of cornfields was contiguous. It was one site. I think I mentioned this, didn't I? It was one site. It didn't allow development of all of that land, just a proportion of it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garvey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Compton. Can you turn up the MPPF, please? Paragraph 110, please.
Yes.
Let me know when you've got those. Yeah, so you asked some questions about 110, and the second sentence reads, significant development should be focused on locations which are or can be made sustainable through limiting the need to travel and offering a genuine choice of transport modes. And you asked the question, well, to satisfy this, it requires offering a genuine choice of transport modes.
No, it's two. So it's limiting the need to travel and offering that choice of modes as well. But it requires focus on locations, it says as well.
And as to that, residents of the appeal site, if planning permissions granted and the scheme were built out, to what extent, if at all, would residents of the appeal site need to travel for employment purposes?
Quite a distance and with difficulty, as we've heard through the bus services are and walking and cycling provision. It's likely that it would be predominantly by motor vehicle, so it's not it wouldn't be through a sustainable choice of transport modes.
Sorry, did I just go?
No, I think it's clear that where we've looked at this, people will use their car. I don't think they'll be, well, I know they won't be jumping on the bus to get to an employment site, because actually the distance and where they are, they're not all within the town centre. They're not on the route of the bus. They're dispersed. So they'll be using their car.
To what extent, if at all, would development of the appeals site limit the need to travel to a supermarket?
They wouldn't be able to do it through easily at all through sustainable transport modes. It would be by car.
To what extent, if at all, would limiting the need to travel the appeals site limit the need to travel in respect to a bank?
You'd need to get in your car to be able to do that. You know, a lot of people come to Atherstone for the banks because it's easier to park, etc. You could go to Tamworth, but congestion, etc., is much difficult there. So, yeah.
A secondary school?
The secondary school, there is obviously people have choices for secondary school. I know we've sort of concentrated on Polesworth as a secondary school, and it is good, but people and children parents can, like with NHS facilities, they can go. They have the choice to go where they want. But the bus service will provide it. But certainly when I've been thinking about it from a sixth former point of view, going there as a sixth former many years ago, my time at sixth form wasn't the same as the other people's. It wasn't the bus in the morning to get there. So they'd be able to get the bus, but would they be able to get back? No, they probably need a lift from a parent, and they're finished early or something like that. So yeah, it's difficult and arduous, I'd say.
To what extent at all would development of the appeals sites limit the need to travel for residents if they wanted to go to either the gym or swimming pool?
Not very easily. They would need to go in their motor vehicle.
A restaurant?
I'm sorry, so I don't want to interrupt claim that, but there is an element here of going back over the round table session and access to these service facilities. New services being raised, the first time in re-examination, and I sense that's probably trespassing on the procedural division in the round table session and the planning evidence, which was expressly divided. I say that politely, I hope, but also to recognise that.
Yeah, I think you're verging towards that, Mr. Garvey.
Awesome. Can we turn up the close appeal decision, please? You asked about.
Yeah. What paragraph?
When you were asked about this appeal decision, and the return of paragraphs 8 and 9, please.
Yes.
Paragraph 8, the inspector says the proposal of 28 dwellings would exceed the 10 units of housing by more than double. Proposed development would therefore result in a significant expansion in the outskirts of the small village. Furthermore, while the village does offer a few services and facilities, they are insufficient to cater to the daily living requirements of residents. To what extent, if at all, would improving access from Warton to Holsworth make a difference to that conclusion there, in your view?
It wouldn't.
To what extent would improving bus provision make a difference to that conclusion there?
It wouldn't, from the evidence I've given.
The point was made, this appeal decision predated the current iteration of the framework. I don't know if you're familiar with it. At the time of this decision, the iteration of the framework was the 2021 iteration of the framework. We can get it up if need be.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wish to get it up. Yeah. I can talk you through accessing that online, if that helps.
2021, is it?
Yeah.
I've got it.
If you just go on the internet,
Yeah.
if you take into the Gov website, if you scroll down, you should see archived PDF versions. Are you looking at the Gov website?
Where is it on the Gov website? Yeah.
So if the Gov website takes to the current,
Yeah, I've got that.
if you scroll down, you should see archive PDF versions.
wall. Apologies. Brain isn't working.
Sorry.
Fingers aren't working. Apart from that. Gonna try and look the mark on.
If you just type MPPF, just those letters into Google.
That takes me to the Gov dot.
Yeah. If you're on the gov.uk website, if you just scroll down, you should see
I'm
archive.
there now. Yeah.
Perfect. And if we're going to archive PDF version 2021.
Yeah.
If it assists, I do have some concerns about some words again, but if the point is that paragraph 105 of that version is in the same terms as 110,
That's the point.
then we're happy to accept that 105 matches 110, and one can simply proceed on the basis of what 110 says. Obviously, we have. I don't think I'll take it any further, just to save us from.
Yeah,
It's actually is an almost impossible website.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you.
May speed things up.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Cole.
you.
But is that sufficient, Mr. Garvey?
It is, thank you. So, Mr. Collison, that paragraph 105 was the same as 110 as it is
Yeah.
now. Given that the same paragraph of the framework in terms of language applied, to what extent at all is your view that the introduction of the 2024 MPPF would make any difference to the
Doesn't make a
inclusion
material
of this
difference.
process?
It's the same, and therefore a similar approach should be taken.
Thank you very much. Got any further questions?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Collinson. Step down now. So we'll call it a day there, not trying to do conditions tonight. We'll resume tomorrow morning. Just one minor bit of housekeeping. Case officers confirmed that in principle, and I'll keep everything fingers crossed, Tuesday virtual is possible. The council will have to host it, and the web link should go to John Legg, the case officer.
Yes.
So I'm hoping, keeping everything crossed, that that's going to work. Okay, so we'll talk about more arrangements tomorrow in terms of that. I'll also talk about the site visit. Mr. Garvey, I was going to ask you for a list of your witnesses, the usual parameters, names, job titles, qualifications, and just to short reminder, I think I'm due a plan of the agricultural holding to come showing where the farmhouse is, and also an annotated plan showing the extent of the landscaping with measurements on. But I did say by the end of the inquiry, so that's probably slightly over the keen encouragement.
Well, so I can assure you we are working on that.
I'm sure, yeah, it's probably unnecessary.
Work is definitely going behind the scenes.
Okay, sure, I'm sure. Yeah, okay, all right. So if there's no more, let's go on, Mr. Garvey.
Just on the Section 106 agreement, sir, there was a discussion yesterday about getting that sealed now. I suggested that we don't do that, that we have to just put the hearing, the roundtable on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because if there are any amendments and then it's sealed, and I mean, I suggested 2 weeks from Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm not normally sort of 2 to 3 weeks after I've closed for that to come in as a sealed document. So finalised draft.
I mean, certainly, so we recognise that if there is anything that needs to be changed, we'd obviously agree on that. But I'm a little concerned about delay, as it were, on the county council side.
Oh, right.
Right side, if 2 weeks is, we bear in mind everything's agreed. I think we would agree actually.
Well, fine, yes,
but obviously we'll have a session.
Yeah, okay.
To preference.
Yeah.
there is obviously a pencil clause of where an issue is, but
There is. I'd rather avoid that if possible. It's sort of cleaner not to. And if there are blue pencil clauses, I've then got to then cover it in the dialogue in the decision.
I think our concern is about an overly long timescale. Sometimes,
okay, that's fine.
On the other side, can sometimes cause things which just really could be sorted out on the other side.
Okay, yeah.
By council more quickly.
Okay.
So after that, we won't obviously.
Well, we'll agree a date on Tuesday. So if you want to give it some thought, then we'll have that discussion Tuesday. Yeah. Okay. Anything more to add from you?
Probably so.
Okay, right. Well, let's call it a day for today. So resume 10 o'clock tomorrow morning with Mr. Cox. Okay, thank you.